This dork again. Can't he take a hint? Hi. Welcome back to Orange Videos. I'm gonna hate saying that so much. It's me eating toast. Looking at me eating toast. Looking at me eating toast. Madness. I love doing that in a mirror hole. You see yourself going into infinity. Something very trippy about it. You always expect one of your past selves to or your reflections to well, just act weird. Just slightly different. Slightly different. Hiya, Troy. Hiya, Bill. Now, I've already explained what this show's about this week, and I've explained it over on Twitch. Made a video about it. I'm only going to do one explanation a day. As for tonight, it's a Sleepy Boy stream. Same with tomorrow. Wednesday, I'll be very drunk on Wednesday. Thursday and Friday. Then it's Saturday, you probably won't get a Sleepy Boy stream because I'll be ending it a little earlier. I was wondering what that noise was. My shirt. So the plan for tonight is we're going to watch one or two things here. And then I'll get into bed, rotate everything over here sideways and what have you. Get into bed, watch one or two more things, and then we'll pop something on, something lore based, whatever. And I'll get some sleep. If anyone wants to donate, well, everyone knows what donations sound like by now.
The body is round.
What you won't hear...
This is a test donation for $22.
Well, I doubt anyone's going to send $22 with a title like test donation. But what you won't hear, at first anyway, is the incredibly loud TV that will be on. That will wake me the fuck up. If not, well, I've done Sleepy Boy streams I didn't get a penny on. I'll just slumber away throughout the night. And in the morning, I'll have to make sure that this stream is under 12 hours, by the way. I will get up, end the stream, have a quick wash, go over to Twitch, now clothed, and then we'll start doing gaming straight off the bat. And then later on during the day, I'll come back here and we'll hang out here. And then I'll end the stream here and start up a new stream immediately after. That'll be the night number 2, and night number 3, night number 4. You get the gist. This will be my week, and yours depending on how much or little you wish to engage with it. Your life is your own, and trust me, I will not blame you one wooden nickel. As a fictitious president we watched earlier today said, if you don't want to stick around for the whole damn thing. Well, what are we going to watch today? Let's watch the last of the lol cows. Oh, we can actually update this a little bit. A little bit more now. Nazi Puncher? Done. Might play it more throughout the week, but we'll see. At least 50 in donos, done. Any future donos up to another 100. Yep, start AO2. Done. One last Elon watch. How about that? We'll have an Elon watch for the day. We've had plenty of them. But let's have another look and see if Elon's been up to anything rapscallion-y. King. This is some king shit right here. Snoop! Coming in for the win. Should I step down? Yes. Should I run? Yes. And you know what? He'd be smart enough to get people on the team because he'd realize that he couldn't do it all himself. And he's also tech savvy. Enough that he might not be terrible at it. On the grand scheme of things, he's hardly the most qualified, but he's by far not the least qualified, especially when Elon is currently doing Elon stuff. Elon, it's kind of fun to say Elon's name. Elon. Yep. Oh, little Karibo, I'm sorry to hear that. I forgot the golden rule of not scrolling down on Twitter when you're live streaming without turning safe work search on. But that's unfortunate. Look, Karibo's dad died. He looked nice. He looked interesting. It's a shame when you lose a planet. Not quite Elon watch, but the Joker outfit he's wearing. Not the Joker, the Two-Face and Shea Gorath's outfit. I do love Shea Gorath's outfit. I also love this outfit for, I suppose you could say, also style reasons, but, well, yeah. I approve this outfit for a slightly different reason. And if I was bisexual, I might actually approve of both outfits. But I'm not bisexual. Actually, I still approve of Jordan Peterson's outfit. I just think that he's kind of missing the point. Oh, hell yeah. Look what we're going to watch when I'm starting to drift off to sleep. It's another Elder Scrolls Leftover Pat video. Oh, cool. Pushing Up Roses finally got their DMCA approved. That's not how food works. Team Brunch. Security Mount Lizard. Notify. Oh, that's tomorrow. Okay, cool. Total War? Wait, did someone make a Total War 40k mod? Wait, is this the first 40k? Not the first 40k, the first Total War. Oh shit! That's an interesting take. Yeah, oh! like a Doom mod. I wonder if anyone's done a Doom mod for Trench Foot. Oh, it is. Oh, my bad. It is completely. It's a Doom 2. I saw Total War, and that's just the name of it. It's not an actual Total War conversion. It's Doom. They've redone they've done a 40k Doom mod. Yes. That could be fun. Kind of forgotten and underrated gem. Fantastic, Mr. Fox. We get in problem. We get... We'd get in trouble by watching it. That might be interesting to watch tomorrow when playing a strategy game about when a Roman soldier died. Anyway, here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome legendary game designer Todd Howard.
Yeah.
Voice is the ability to use the language of dragons and form these magical shouts. And this is a power that you will learn throughout Skyrim's main quest.
In 2010, Bethesda showed the world that the next Elder Scrolls game would not only feature dragons, but that the player would be able to harness words of power. The Thu'um would allow players certain superhero abilities,
like the Sims music,
a voice-wielding power of the ancient Nord arts. But the Thu'um has actually existed in lore as far back as Kirkbride's Pocket Guide to the Empire released with 1998's Redguard. Since then, developers have been communicating to players that this piece of lore is a thing, and it goes deep. But even after Skyrim, Elder Scrolls Online has done us a real treat and given us even more shouts to celebrate and deconstruct. So you've seen tons of videos on Dragon Shouts before, but I wanted to take a look at everything pre and post Skyrim, and all those in between. Let this be your one-stop shop video for all the shouts Skyrim never taught you.
Fuck yeah. I love Leftover Pat. He gets obscure.
Before we start talking about Thu'um and words of power and dragon shouts and Dovazul, I want to quickly define them.
I mean, how many other channels out there will show a video breaking down the topography and the weather of a region of a game and showing how it's actually accurate to historical, not historical, but real world places? Like, he breaks down all the areas in the map that have gold ore, which then compares to, like, mountain ranges. And, like, yeah, that would make sense in proportion to where they are. And I was like, for fuck's sake. He doesn't include, like, magic stuff, but...
I'll be using these words a lot in this video, and let's be real, most of us get these mixed up all the time.
Goddamn right.
Alright, real quick, Thu'um and Dragon Shouts are sometimes interchangeable. There's a slight difference. Thu'um is a type of magic inherent in someone, which then gives them the ability to sort of use their knowledge to shout. So, no different to Skyrim game mechanics, basically. Dragon Shouts, or just shouts, are the projection of that Thu'um. Think of it like Thu'um is the power, shouts are the abilities using that power. When you shout, you are casting your Thu'um. So that's why it's a little interchangeable. Words of power are words spoken to make those shouts happen, okay? Just think of this like Harry Potter or something.
Expelliarmus!
Yeah.
These words are always in the dragon language. A full shout takes 3 words. Yeah, we'll get to that one. Of course, you've seen in Skyrim and ESO that you could do single or 2 words to make basic versions of that happen too. And lastly, there's Dovazul. This word translates to dragon voice in the dragon language, and all it is the dragon language. The script for the alphabet are runes written in these slashes and dots, since you know, dragon claws are writing it. To summarize it all, in TES 5 Skyrim, the word walls are written in Dovazul, magically drawing the player to teach them a word of power so that they can harness their Thu'um and use shouts.
It's just
Agree with
that
me so
simple.
far?
Yep.
Alright, so I think we're ready to get into it. There's going to be 3 sections to this video. First,
I
it's
love
gonna
this
be
version of
lore
the Elder
shouts.
Scrolls
It's
song.
everything in text not heard as an actual shout in Skyrim or ESO. Some of these go far back. Some of these are from texts as far forward as ESO. Next, it'll be actual ESO shouts. Basically everything you hear from dragons that aren't also in TES 5 Skyrim. There are some really unique non-shouted powers, like this laser beam roar, but I decided those weren't really shouts. Finally, there's a special category of Skyrim shouts that the player can't actually learn. It's just about 8 shouts, but between analyzing that Greybeard call a far shout to that thing Mirok does, I think some footnotes on them are interesting.
I think they literally just all stood up on the mountain and just screamed Dovahkiin at the top of their lungs, because when they shout, when they talk, like the whole world shakes a little bit. So it makes sense that if they just like called for you, you'd come. They didn't use a shout because they can't talk normally anymore.
Even if there's not
Except
that much
for Anamar.
to say. So first, let's Fusro dive deep into shouts found in the lore. None of these have documented words of power attached to them. What you're going to see in here in this section are words of power I borrowed from other shouts to make my own custom ones. I will be using somewhat official Kirkbride text he released before Skyrim, but I'll be telling you exactly where everything comes from, so you can kind of filter them for yourself. So
Yeah.
let's get started. Aging.
Slen would fall.
Makes a person older. In 5 Songs of King Wulfharth, this turned boys to men, but this might actually be more of a restore age or reverse dragon magic kind of spell. In the song Old Knocker, basically Alduin was summoned and turned Wulfharth and his 500 companions into 6-year-olds. Shor helped out to fight Alduin, and meanwhile Wulfharth Kid version taught himself a shout to re-age everybody. I don't know, I think there's more a case that this is not so much a reverse magic power, because when Wulfharth re-aged his companions, he grew so old himself that he died. Rest in Sovngarde.
But why can't it just be a not actual canon? Like that could just be a misunderstanding.
Vanished to oblivion.
Tur would fall.
Infernal place go. Infernal Tor. Gold place bo. So Tor is oblivion.
Does exactly.
But then what would Sith's realm be? The void. What would the Idol Masters plane be? Which is actually, no, I take that back. That one is a plane of oblivion that they've just carved out for their own.
Is advertised. This is another one from 5 Songs of King Wulfharth. It simply says he shouts an orc chief into hell. It's possible that this means some other hell, but I personally think it's safe to say that this is Oblivion.
Yeah, you probably threw him directly into the Deadlands, which is the Oblivion. Like it's the Oblivion you see in the 4th game. Not the Shivering Isles, not Coal Harbor from ESO. You get a hint of Azora's world when you're inside Azora's Star in Skyrim. Oh, of course, Hermaeus Mora's world is Apocrypha. And oh, you also get to go to the little gardens, was it the Shimmering Gardens of Sanguine in his quest, the Sanguine quest. Sam Guavir, rather. Which he doesn't have, say, one plane particular. They're just tiny little pocket dimensions that he kind of chills and parties in. Each one is catered to a particular, I suppose you call it a fetish. Or just a mood.
A lot of these mentions of hell we get in lore are before TES 4 anyway. The source it comes from says it was
glorifying his deeds in the eyes of the old god.
No one says hells and no one says hell anymore. They don't say it in Skyrim, and I think they only briefly say it in Oblivion. Instead, it's damn you to Oblivion.
So maybe you could even call this an
same
offering,
thing.
but I think this supports the Oblivion thing even more. Close range teleport.
Slen Yavilim.
This is just literal teleportation. From Children of the Sky, the caster can move by casting a shout, appearing where it lands. I'm gonna deem it's a little different from Whirlwind Sprint here. Maybe the range of it depends on the caster. Blink from D&D or that vampire mod would be a valid comparison.
Yeah.
Dagger shout.
Good and good.
This stabs a victim. Probably. This one's hard to tell from the source, and there's not much to go on. In 2011, before Skyrim's release, Kirkbride came out with what was essentially a complete corpus of Ysgramor's 500 companions. Every single one. I'd consider this to be reasonably canon, but it'd be reasonable if you're hesitant.
Kirkbride probably just did a bunch of coke and then just did that. The stories about him like going to like the 5th dimension on drugs are the reasons why we have the Sermons of Vivek and the bizarre story, the bizarre lore of Elder Scrolls as it is. Beforehand it was sort of like, a great evil has come. They're all evil looking. Do you see how evil they are? You should go and stop the evil by collecting all the artifacts. And that's it. And the evil will be gone. Nowadays, you can do that, but then they're like, when you see past the dreamer, do we not become the dreamer ourselves, or do we cease to be? You know?
In this text, we get a shield husband Valimar of the Dagger Shout with no more context. Given how this text reads and that Nords are often named for their deeds, I don't think this is just a random name thrown out, so I'm gonna roll with it. Maybe it's just a literal blade that spawns, or maybe it's a wind so piercing that it could stab the most heavily armored chess piece. Drunken Snow.
Ode Jotkan.
Makes the snow, which hears the shout, drunk. Is it a double meaning? Well, it's another from Kirkbride's 500 Companions text, and boy is this one difficult to deduce. Personally, I think it can be one of two things. One, whenever he shouts normally, it makes the snow wobbly, it may be melty, ultimately difficult to walk on. Or number two, he consumes the snow like other shouts to physically quench his thirst, drinking it. This can maybe help his army survive a bit sometimes, and even help clear the battlefields of that pesky white stuff. Given his name is half a casket, you could maybe infer either, but I think one is a little bit more likely here.
Earth breathing. Gol Shazam.
Mud necromancy? It's weird to explain, but it's sort of using the earth to reanimate bodies.
So, like, ash wraiths.
From 36 Lessons of Vivek, Sermon 9, one of the other northern men would raise his fallen soldiers with mud to fight again, but slower, after he was, quote-unquote, eating the soil. I'm not going to count whatever he was doing with the soil as a shout, because who knows, it might have just been some magical absorption, or, like the sermon says, literally breathing the earth. There's a few other instances of these in Kirkbride text anyway.
Earth shattering. Gol Fuso.
Can split stone, and in the case of the Guardian and the Traitor, might even explain Soul Sign breaking out from mainland Skyrim due to Narok's great battle. Wow! I've grouped what this text says with Olaf and the Dragon, noting of shouts being able to
shatter the stone and split the sky.
In fairness, both of these texts seem to be a bit on the unreliable side of unreliable narrator, but I think given what our other shouts are, an earth-shattering shout does seem pretty feasible. Event Denouement.
Chrome. Tigro.
Predetermines outcomes. Back to Sermon 9, this was used by Barfuck, Maid of Plains, to ensure her army's victory in every battle. This one does seem a bit god-mody on the surface, so maybe it only applied to battles. Maybe what it really does is calculate a path to victory and instills instructions to achieve that path in the soldiers with every instinct and sword swing. That would make it possible to thwart, perhaps, a little balanced, or maybe Vivek just included it in the sermons to make himself look more heroic when he defeated her with his milk finger. Flooding.
Maybe Vivek didn't have any idea what the Thu'um was at the time, and he just inferred it. Like, he didn't know what the Thu'um was for the longest time. Like, when the Nords showed up, they'd shout, and things would just go away. And they were a little bit shocked by this, because up to this point, they were using magic the same as anyone else. Now, he was a demigod, but, like, the Daedra and the Aedra don't know everything at all times. It's why Sheogorath doesn't just tell you, oh yes, you're going to become me, you're going to mantle me, and I'll basically stop the Grey March. Don't know why I made him so Scottish. A little less Scottish, a little less Scottish.
Lar Usta.
floods the land. Really, that's what a tablet in High Hrothgar says. Though it's possible blot out the sky and flood the land just means a really powerful Stormcall shout. But for exhaustive sake, I'd like to imagine this is similar to what Arwen did in Lord of the Rings.
Form change. Sen Ara.
Can turn you or others into things. Probably animals, or imposing as other people. Another one from Sermon 9 that's a bit more implied. In the paragraph about Bog Two-Tongue, who had the power of, quote, form change, it says his raiders were small in number but ran amok in the west hinterlands, killing many Velothi trappers and scouts. It's not explicit, but given how the rest of the sermon was written, to me, this heavily infers that they were able to achieve this by way of form change by their masters. Scouts and trappers tell me that the people who are good at avoiding confrontation were getting caught. Since Norns were few in number, I think it's more than likely that this is a result of the form chain, becoming animals or maybe even imposters among their ranks.
Animorphs.
Been seeming sus lately.
Heart roaring. Si Azam.
Most likely this was just an intense bent will, but in Vivek's Sermon 9, the user had, quote,
Sent the spirit back to the Hortator as an assassin.
so maybe it's a way to steer a person's heart towards something specific. The devouring in this section and the spirit going back is probably just a euphemism for corrupting someone's free will, but that's a theory for another day.
Hurricane. Wood Vukai.
Generates a hurricane. You think this would just be Skyrim's cyclone shout? But let's look at the source. From Kirkbride's obscure but official text, where Tiber Septim tortures a shackled Cyrus with his shout. The first part of the shout he uses is Wood, which is found in the Whirlwind Sprint shout. Though when Cyrus tells him to stop speaking in Hurricane, it's probably quite literal here. Kiln breath. Can bake bricks for building. Another from Kirkbride's obscure 500 Companions corpus, a companion is described as able to bake bricks from his whispers. The guy's name was Formdell the Builder. It's pretty cool that we have some non-combat shouts, although this could just be a different form of vanilla Skyrim's fire breath. I like the idea that fire can be harnessed in different ways, and it makes sense to distinguish things like temperature and control if you really wanted to. Lamplight.
Yo, reroll.
Lights lamps. You might be thinking that we already have fire breath. True, but check this out. We get 3 pre-Skyrim Kirkbride texts mentioning lamplighting. Now, I could be reaching here, but this seems like a flame shout with just a little bit more precision than just, hey, we've got a wind dagger, why not a quick little precise lighter that's a little more suitable for lamps? Adding words of power
So you don't start a raging fire every time you breathe, you know?
to shouts can seemingly
more
strengthen
practical.
them. Why not words of power?
You'll never be without your lighter when you need to light up a joint.
That can make these flames a little more focused. Maybe it burns oil a little better.
Moonshift. Shu Kun.
Shifts the phase of Masser and Secunda in the sky. The tale of
I think the Khajiit would be very interested in that one.
Drozira, found in Skyrim and ESO, tells of Wufar speaking to the moons to move them to their fullness in the sky during the Battle of Red Mountain. As someone who took an extensive look at these moons, this is an exciting prospect, especially since the text mentions how it affected Khajiit on the battlefield, even turning them to Senche so they could be called in as mounts. I debated a few words of power for this one. Even though we're in a fantasy world, in real life moon phases are due to the sun lighting it up. Since moons phase by time passing, but time isn't actually passing here, I decided age was a good word here. Marshalling.
Mi Shakai.
Organized troops. Another one from Sermon 9. It's not really clear that this refers to the caster's mud necromancy spell we talked about earlier, but the way the sermon was written, I decided to assume that it's its own thing. Could imagine this is anything from calling people to battle, making his mud zombies fight a bit more professionally, or just a more complex version of the Battle Fury spell. Never melt.
Din Od.
It chants snow to be unmelting. Our hints of this come from Skyrim's White File quest. Quintus tells us how the Greybeards taught
like playing
snow
that one,
at the
but I
throat
never
of
really
the
played it.
world to never melt in sunlight. During the quest, we meet an ancient alchemist, now a Draugr, who made the White File from this snow. Something about the properties of the snow seemed to enchant whatever was made from it. But maybe it took one special ancient Nord who would Thume his way into creating such a special artifact. If you want my opinion, I think this is just as simple as a guy enchanting a glacier. Puppeteering.
Zul Darzam.
Keeping a dead body alive and making it talk is another one from Kirkbride's text of Tiber Septim's sword meeting with Cyrus. The whole story is pretty disturbing. You should definitely read it for yourself, but basically Tiber Septim guts a pirate he killed, and while he sticks a dagger in his throat, keeps him talking. This is one of those that seem barely plausible as Thu'um evidence, but the pirate specifically saying this convinced me.
You've gone and kept me alive through this, all with that devil's wind of yours in my own lungs.
Resurrect to Ash Zombie.
Loco.
Resurrects from a person's ashes. In a less obscure source, 5 Songs of King Wulfharth, Thor breathes in Wulfharth's ashes and uses them to remake him as a general. You'll notice again the pattern of some shouts in lore breathing things in as a resource, which even though I don't count it as a shout, I still think is pretty cool. There's a supporting source for this in the more obscure 500 Companions, Kirkbride Corpus, where the first line mentions Ysgramor's ashen amalgamation of his sons. Sharpened blade.
Sohn, was said?
Does
Nice.
exactly as advertised. This is from Children of the Sky, a lore book that's appeared from Test 3 to ESO. I'd imagine this might have actually made it into Skyrim if Morrowind's durability mechanics were still a thing. Alas, all we get in Skyrim are quicker strikes.
Summon shoes. Go, Mirko.
Summon shoes. In Kirkbride's 500 Companions text, Rebek's hearth husband Jauff shouted out shoes. Hey, somebody's got a clothing army. Sky sickening.
Krass slain Reek.
This shout makes it rain bile from the sky. It appeared in Vivek's Sermon 9 alongside Heart Roaring. The user mentioned Kimua could, quote, give Cloud's stomach aches and turn the rain of Veloth into bile. Given how much destruction there was due to this, it leads me to believe it was pretty acidic, like actual stomach bile. I like this one because it's a unique spin on the
I was
weather,
thinking
but I'm
there's
also
no like poison or like toxic shout.
immediately reminded of the bile effect from Skyrim's Period quest. Storm
Yeah, but that doesn't count. That doesn't count. I was thinking the same thing.
consumption.
Knock. Looks.
Swallows thunderstorms. Basically Vanilla's clear sky shout, but instead of clearing skies, the caster consumes them. In the 5 Songs of King Wulfharth, he does this to keep his armies warm. It's even the origin story of his nickname, Breath of Kine. This is one of those few consumption ones I decided to include because it stood out as being familiar yet kind of distinct from a vanilla shout. So with that unreliable narrator in the back of your mind, you might just write this one off and say it is
Can't wait to
clear
get off
skies
this
and the
chair.
fable is wrong. After all, nothing's noted as
My leg's
happening to
killing me.
Wulfharth after consuming the storm. Still, it happens to be the most prominent consumption shout that isn't just used as a resource, so it gets us Bob. Surety.
Rot code soon.
The power of assurance. Confidence. Insta-winning speech checks. Literally called surety in Sermon 9, with the guy who performs.
It's tactical
It's
soap.
demonstrated when he, quote, falls in a debate with Vivek, for the warrior poet alone could understand his 2-layered speech. Sounds a little strange to be a shout that can claim victory over someone like a battle, but remember the whole point of 36 Sermons was Vivek flexing at what a chat he is, as both a warrior and a wordsmith. So this showed Vivek could overcome his enemies.
Yeah, but then you look at it and there's like this hidden message where he's having this existential nightmare over betraying Indoril, and it's just like, I killed him over and over again.
In more ways than one.
Can you just stop working me for like 10 seconds straight?
Anyway, for the Nord, this power I think pairs perfectly with his form change. The guy made his stealth build pretty well. But just one thing I can't get over from this passage is why Vivek had to be invisible. Maybe it was the only way he could win, or something else. What do you think?
Wind riding. Can. Bota.
Carries people anywhere by the wind. This comes from a Kirkbride text, World Eating 101. Kine uses the wind to carry troops and their dead to High Hrothgar to avoid a failed retreat. I think given the source, the tall tale vibe, and the fact that it's a divine who might just be using some magic power, this one's probably the biggest stretch of them all. But it literally says it's a shout, and besides, Kynareth is so associated with a Thu'um at this point, it's hard not to accept a Nordic warrior doing the same. Well, that's it. Those are the 25 lore shouts that never became shouts. Kind of a shame for some of them. I definitely would have loved that moon shout during my moons video.
What are you talking about?
Well, are you still with me? This next section is going to be on the 18 shouts introduced in the Elder Scrolls Online. Our sources for these are pretty much just dragons introduced after the Elsewhere expansion, but we'll do a similar format to the last one. Only this time, every word of power is completely documented, and for all intents and purposes is confirmed as canon. Not every ESO shout is going to be on on here, because again, I'm only talking about the shouts not playable in vanilla Skyrim. We already know Fus Ro Dah, right?
Yes.
Alright, let's go. Animate statue.
Stop.
Turns a statue into an eternal servant. This is from the boss fight of
That's kinda
Navintas,
cool.
where throughout the battle he'll make surrounding statues fight for him. Given the words of power are false god slave, this might be specific to the vigil statues around him. The quest objective literally describes him as an Alkosh pretender, so maybe it was just an ESO dev being a little on the nose here. Cataclysm.
Gar Tuna.
Creates a pillar of fire that blasts the surrounding area. Coming from Yulnakvin, the fire dragon in Sunspire, partway through the battle with him, he'll drop this AoE, unleashing his fury. On a side note, I'm really liking how these typical MMO boss attacks have become an excuse to add dragon lore.
Earthquake. Good Manos.
Strikes the ground from above. The frost dragon Locustes uses this in his boss fight. It seems like a version of Unrelenting Force, but I think given that it's basically just an AoE with knockback, and the shout translated is literally ground fall strike, I'd concur with anyone who wants to call this an earthquake, even if we don't have proof that tectonic plates are actually shifting.
Earth Spike. Tef. Kritol.
Summons spikes from the earth. A lot of generic dragons are going to have abilities ESO players quickly become familiar with. This one will keep you on your toes, since dragons can seemingly choose the location where the spikes generally appear. You'll also see this on some name bosses, like Balokdan. Firestorm.
Va Yorom.
Shoots firebombs from the sky. It seems to be Navintas' favorite shout, as he frequently jumps to a special rock and aims this straight at the sky. Interesting note is that flame Atronachs spawn when he does this, but I'll chalk that up to the similar magic behind Skyrim's Black Book power-ups.
Ice Storm. Fu is cold.
Rains spiky ice chunks from the sky. You're gonna see this facing any generic frost dragon. Basically, you get a winter storm with hail that would flatten your car. It also seems like the devs took the opportunity to recycle the earth spikes to ice form to give this some extra danger. Infernal breath.
Tor. Voldan.
Spawns a hellfire of something, which can summon fearsome minions. This can be seen in the final battle with Kalgruntid in southern Elsewhere, and his
I love
breath
those
in the
names.
shout is full of dark aeon energy.
Gilgalad.
In this case, it spawns some rather
Ooh,
large.
that's what we should do
shit.
tomorrow
Some
on,
might label this as a
Elder Kings. I should play as a Nord. Forget being a Daedra. I should play as a Nord. A Nord dragon. A worshipper, because you can summon dragons to fight you in the armies, but like no one will like you because the dragon worshippers are considered to be scum. Why the hell are these all telling me all the same story over and over again? There, Christ. Once you get notifications about someone on Facebook, and I'm like, I like the person, but why am I getting all these notifications and conversations I have nothing to do with?
dark aeon breath and leave it at that, but I took some liberties here because based on examples of shouts, they can change a bit based on their energy sources. Just a simple example, we know that shouts can be stronger from very experienced users. There's also the fact that the words of power aren't specific to this dark aeon energy that Kalgruntid is so obsessed with. So because of this, I'm going to say we could imagine he knew the shout long before he stole the moon's energy. Lightning breath.
Solv Axlen.
Shoots a current of lightning. You can see Mulamir shouting this in battle with him, but you probably notice the same lightning breath in generic storm dragons. Sometimes it's shouted, sometimes it's not, I guess. Either way, this is definitely one of my favorite shouts. Something about that sweet beam of electricity.
Meteor Storm. G. Sodan.
Rains meteors from the sky. You can see this in a few dragon battles.
It's all the same, isn't it? It's just launch fire from the sky, launch rocks from the sky, launch ice from the sky.
Like with Navintas and in vanilla Skyrim. Okay, I made an exception with this one. Just hear me out.
Liar!
It's true, Alduin used this in Helgen and Sovngarde, but ESO actually gave us the words of power. Actually, yeah, in Skyrim, Alduin just, well... What's more is ESO just expanded on it a lot more. Arguably, Navintas used Meteor Storm better than Alduin because these are heat-seeking meteors. You can't dodge them. Put your guard up or get meteored, boy.
Moonblast. Sus GT.
Blasts a desperate energy from the moon. Another one from Mulamir's greatest hits. This one is so deadly that you need to get into Abnarthar's magic shield to survive it. This is a bit different from Mulamir's buddy siphoning dark Aeon energy since the words of power include moon in them. I don't think moon energy is that much of a stretch, especially given how important the moons were in Elsewhere's storyline.
Plague breath. Wir support.
Projectiles poison bombs. This is only seen during the Thurvokun battle in Fang Lair. In the fight, you can only avoid getting dropped by stepping into, you guessed it, a magic circle. It's a shame it only appears in one boss battle, because I'm suddenly imagining what an amazing use this would have been for a stealth player in Skyrim.
Raise dead.
Mod it. It's just that simple.
Till all.
Spawns a graveyard for skeletal things to rise from. All generic dragons in Elsewhere can do this. It's hard to say if the graveyard spawning is just for special effects, like some handwave, but I'm sure if a Dragonborn had this, it could apply to any old cemetery. Maybe something to be said, though, that these skeletal undead in ESO are constantly elite warriors.
Siphon Moonlight. Du Kunshan.
Takes energy from a moon to empower something, or someone else. In this case, it was Kharbrantil devouring Master and giving its power to Mulamnir during the Mulamnir fight. It was sort of his way of ensuring Mulamnir would win. But since cheaters never prosper, there was only one way this could go.
Summon Atronach.
Summons an Atronach. Totally based on what type of dragon casts this, you'll see this shout a lot in overworld dragon battles. So if you're fighting a storm dragon, you're gonna get a storm Atronach. Pretty straightforward. Moving on. Summons Strangler. Summons a Strangler, which are those gross plant-like things rooted to the ground that look like those things from Legend of Zelda. The ones spawned by Marsalok are affected with Azure Blight and shoot poison at your allies' spectral spiders during the boss fight. Again, we have another case of the exact output of the shout being dependent on the caster.
Summon Worm. Div Merta.
Summons worms. You know, those scaly ghost-looking things you also see in Skyrim. You can see Marsalok using this, summoning a number of the little guys. Like with some of the other shouts, the type of worm that gets summoned is probably dependent on the caster. For example, Marsalok is basically a blight dragon, and this shout has him summoning Azure Blight worms. Time Summon. Brings an eternal servant to the present dimension. It's a bit confusing though, because Navitas equally uses this shout to tear open a time wound even further. Anyway, an eternal servant could be many things. Maybe a prisoner kept in an alternate time, but one thing Navitas will tell them is that he is granting them a chance to redeem their past failings. Yeah, the guy's got a god complex, but one last interesting thing I'll mention is that vanilla Skyrim shout to slow time, he uses it to unsummon these guys. Kind of interesting.
I have reordered time.
Unrelenting pull. Teleport.
As I get tired, I'm going to increasingly not be able to engage much, but I just find this really fascinating, so...
Something or someone.
I'm a big dork. I'm a big nerd. I love my Elder Scrolls. It's such a cool setting. It's my favorite fantasy setting, hands down. With Discworld coming a close second. But that's not fair. Discworld is like... There are games in Discworld, but it's all just sort of like, hey, do you see this character? Do you remember them from the books? It's not the same thing.
This can be seen in the fight with Balogdan during the battle for Riverhold. You can imagine all kinds of uses for this, but in this example, Balogdan...
I wonder if they'll ever do a Castlevania, Witcher, Dragon Age sort of D&D sort of TV or movie based on the Elder Scrolls lore. Because that would be fascinating, because they're doing it with Fallout. Whether or not that's good or not, we'll find out. But I'd love to be able to see I want to see Vivek and the Imperial, like Vivek City and the Imperial City. I want to see, I don't give a fuck about Skyrim, because Skyrim's just Scandinavia, quite honestly. That's ironically the one place I don't want to see. Show me Elsewhere and Valenwood and Blackmarsh. Valenwood would be so interesting. Giant tree cities moving around. Everyone being a cannibal and shit, and all being like happy. I want to see Dremora. And like them just regular people, but obviously not, because well they're fucking demons.
will teleport you to him using some kind of rift portal, probably to keep you from running to places that the AI dragon can't get to. So those are all our dragon shouts that were new with ESO. I gotta say, I'm really happy to see these MMO boss mechanics as an excuse to expand the shout lore. We are seeing in action that dragons can have their shouts uniquely empowered based on the caster. I think that's pretty special. I got one last category for you. These are the Test 5 Skyrim ones that you cannot learn in game, but whose words of power can still be heard. You can find most of these on the wiki, to be honest, but for thoroughness, I wanted to include them, and I think you'll be surprised by a few discoveries, even if you're familiar with them on just a surface level. There's only 8 of them, so I'll get right to it.
Devour soul. Sie Lustidu.
Oh shit, 4
Instantly
of them.
devours a dragon's soul for power. This is Mirak's famous 4-syllable shout that he uses at the summit of Apocrypha on his dragon buddies. It's pretty weird that the shout has the extra intransitive verb los, but we do know that some shouts were invented by humans, like the example with Dragon Rend. Anyway, it's also never heard without Mirak addressing a dragon directly, so maybe there's this whole target syntax required command thing he needed to say. And maybe the real shout is actually 3 syllables without the los. I guess you wouldn't want to accidentally consume your friends, unless you're Mirak.
Open lock. X Ifan.
Opens locks. This is the one on this list where Skyrim didn't give us all 3 words of power, but Bori will cast this first syllable during your whirlwind sprint lesson. So, where did I get the rest? Well, actually, ESO, while not explicit in where everything comes from, has a dialogue file with this very shout on it. There's no use of it in ESO that I could find, so I'm just gonna put it here, and call this shout conveniently complete. Phantom form.
Big Losa.
Summons a spectral clone of yourself, good for target practice. The Greybeards can cast this, and actually, if you use console commands, so can you. This might have been a press for time thing by Bethesda, or maybe they just decided it wasn't going to be worth the dev time to make it more useful or cool or something like that.
Resurrection. Slentito.
Resurrects. Alduin is caught doing this during the main quest, and presumably he did this dozens and dozens of times. We know now from all those dragons in ESO that dragons
And yet
typically have some...
not every dragon was dead by the time of the start of ES5. The very first one you fight is a dragon that was still around. It had just been floating around in the Reach and High Rock for centuries, just attacking people and going to sleep.
Necromantic ability, but this is a little different from summoning undead. I wonder if any of the 500 companions attempted to learn this one. It might even be dragon only. We are left to wonder.
Return to Nirn. Dal Davus.
Returns back to Nirn. The hero's son uses this shout on you during the main quest finale in Sovngarde. I'm presuming this would work if you were in some plane of oblivion as well. Maybe it's intended for anyone actually caught in Sovngarde who's actually living, given the words of power translation.
Soul Cairn Summon. Div Kopsan.
Calls a mob from the Soul Cairn. This is a shout we see Dunavir using a lot. It's also the one on this list that's also used by ESO dragons. Kinda cool. We might assume that this would have been a shout with words of power unlocked in the Soul Cairn itself, but maybe they were pressed on time to get the DLC out.
Soul Fog. Then Ulfik.
Blinding fog that soul traps. Alduin does use this in Sovngarde to hide and feed on souls. What a
Fool you are.
I imagine if the Dragonborn had this, it'd be pretty cool for a sneak character.
Summon Dovahkiin. Dovahkiin.
Now, you might be thinking, is this real? Well, think about it. The shouts that summon Odahviing and Dunavir are their full names. So, when the Greybeards call you to Higher-Othgar, it's literally the shout to get you to,
Yeah, that's true, actually,
answer
yeah.
the summons. And you do go, don't you?
Don't lie to me, Walt.
I have this funny alternative headcanon that if you don't answer the Greybeards' call, they'll just come shouting across Skyrim, waking everyone up at night until you come.
You have no power over me.
Before we kill the video, I should mention that there are 2 Test 5 Skyrim shouts that have taken different kind of forms in other sources. The Time Slow shout does something different in ESO with portals, and
That's
Call of
Sims
Valor,
2 music.
Hero, Champion, Legend, is likely what appears in Juran the Skald King.
I've got a cold sore right here. Fuck.
Biography in ESO where he was able to summon Wolfhearth from Sovngarde. I don't think these are a huge deal, but we've talked about before how shouts can kind of take different forms depending on the caster, so these are probably just another case of that. Well, guys, it's been a journey. We learned about all these shouts that never quite made it to the player character in Skyrim. Be sure to share this with anyone in your life who's been curious about what else is out there, or someone who's always wanted a corpus of all the shouts in those ESO boss battles. If you like...
Well, guess what? Even if you didn't have it, like me, you got to experience it. This is Leftover Pat. He is very cool, but as you can tell, he is extremely nerdy for Elder Scrolls stuff. I mean, really nerdy. He breaks down the constellations of the entire Elder Scrolls universe, and you can actually, as you can see here, some of the constellations you can see on in the night sky. Not in every game, of course. Alright, fuck it. This will take us to the hour.
In early 1945, both the USSR in the east and the US-led allies in the west were racing to capture Berlin. As you'll know, the USSR got there first and took the city in April of that year. Yet, after the war was over, Berlin didn't simply remain a part of the USSR's occupation zone or even East Germany, but was itself also divided between the victorious powers. Which raises the question, why? Why did the Soviet Union hand over West Berlin to the Allies when it already controlled it? So it won't surprise you to know that Berlin being the capital of Germany meant that it had a symbolic status to the victorious powers. As such, when both sides were discussing how Germany would be divided, it was agreed that Berlin would also be shared. Everyone had agreed to this because nobody knew who would get to Berlin first, and so making sure everybody got a slice of it seemed fairest. That said, Stalin wasn't exactly famous for being a man of his word, and so when Soviet troops captured the city, he had to choose to hand most of it over to the Western Allies. And his reasons for doing so were actually quite simple. First of all, there was still a war going on. In the east, Japan was still warring away, and so both the Western Allies and the USSR needed to get along. The Soviet Union saw a massive opportunity in controlling massive amounts of territory in China, Korea, and also potentially Japan. And thus, alienating Washington, London and Paris wasn't going to make the post-war recognition of any changes easier. As such, Stalin honoured his previous agreements because handing over a chunk of a city in return for a chunk of a continent seemed like a good trade. Secondly, Stalin believed that the division of Berlin was only a temporary measure. The Allies were simply doing so to show unity, and it was an inevitability that cooler heads would prevail and Berlin would be reunited. The plan was never to divide Germany up permanently, and Stalin had hoped that a reunited Germany would soon become communist, and by extension under his control. As such, handing over West Berlin wasn't seen as a concession but as a goodwill gesture to the Soviet Union's partners. Furthermore, given that West Berlin was well within the USSR's occupation zone, Stalin knew that he could simply starve the Western powers out with the stroke of a pen. When it became clear that Germany's division was going to become permanent and that the West was going to incorporate their Germany into an anti-Soviet bloc, he closed the west of the city off. And the US knew that without having the ability to bring in food, they'd have to leave. Or at least they would have had Stalin not made one tactical blunder. He forgot the sky existed. As a result of the blockade, the US and Royal Air Forces airdropped food and supplies into Berlin for just under a year until Stalin relented. And it was at this point that...
That's why we won the Cold War. You know, the West won the Cold War just because we could make so much of everything all the time. Hi guys, do you like stuff?
Stalin had realised his mistake. Western occupation of Berlin wasn't just symbolic of Germany's defeat, but also of their commitment to resisting the USSR. And without any way of removing the West without full-scale war, the plan was to make staying there as difficult as possible. This was done by holding up shipments and making the red tape oppressively hard to navigate. This ultimately didn't work, which is why in 1958 Stalin's successor Nikita Khrushchev issued an ultimatum to the West. Leave Berlin or we'll do something. The Allies said no, and when the deadline passed and nothing happened, well, that was it. And eventually the USSR just sort of had to accept that it made a mistake handing over half of Berlin, because the Western powers weren't going anywhere. I hope you enjoyed this.
But the Russians were, and so was the Soviet Union. Bye, bye tankies. Tankies go bye. Alright, let's watch something a little bit less focused on me. What the fuck? Oh damn. Legend of Korra? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, for the Mandalorian. Okay. Neat, I guess. She's a Mando. Mandos are cool. Though I have to point out that the more you say Mando, the more it sounds like a slur. We never did watch an outright JJ episode today. We watched people talking about JJ. But yeah, we watched IP2 talking about him, but we never actually watched like let's have a look at Pretty Chill, IRL stream. Gucci's Hot Gummy Bear, that was good. Expects 10-minute candy challenge, eats mid hot candy. AK expects Maria. Gucci's gets way to save baby ducks, also good. Gucci's enters bar with pups. I've done that, but out here it's different. Mike's in his element in snowboarding. I'm fake? Hell yeah, I'm fake. Elisa meets comedian. Alright. Is Blade annoyed? Why would they be annoyed? Gucci's peas in a cup. Pass! Was Gucci's on something? I don't even need to see it to know yes. I love being locked up. Yeah, you get free food and drink and people won't be, you know, hitting on you and hitting you. Although that can still happen. Burns pizza in the oven. Oh my god, she really did. Gucci's on Santa's lap. What? Okay. And... oh, okay. Yeah, these three will do nicely. Let's make it less all about Gucci's and start with this. Oh no, Elisa, yeah. So JJ's first. He looks so much like Joe, it is crazy.
Really likes him.
And she looks like someone I used to know from a friend in college. She's way too young. She was like the age I was back then. Fuck is that? Ew. What is it?
Can you guys believe what happened?
No. What happened? Yeah.
How do you feel today?
Well, we didn't sleep till 6 a.m. and the sun was rising, so I feel kind of numb today, but I feel really good because it's your birthday and it just feels like a nice, relaxing day. But I feel so shaken up by yesterday because I feel like I should have karate chopped their ass for you.
What? Hey, yeah. What happened?
That guy was just putting me into a trance with his kabuki or whatever. Or not, what was he saying?
Reed, when he was talking about his guitars.
He was putting her in a trance?
He had so much to share.
He did.
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness. But I feel good. I just feel bad that you lost your phone, but I feel happy that they found those guys or whatever.
Yeah.
And they have businesses and they're like, I don't even know.
They're ballers that steal phones from the street network. It's kind of weird.
Out of people's hands.
But whatever, I guess, like, whatever they must do, I suppose. Like, you know, they're freaking bag chasing in the street, like, you know, so. You know, we were trying to extract $5 from Reed last night, but he didn't have it, so that's okay. But, yeah.
Was his name Reed?
It was just like, it's whatever, I guess.
Hold on, I got a message. Check that real quick. Let's check that out later. Krendard has sent me a message saying that was joking that he couldn't have come anyway for the Bearded Ramblings episode this week. I also was like, yeah, well, obviously I'm doing this as well, so I couldn't have done both.
What did you say?
I mean, I could have done both. I don't know why I just said that. I would have easily been able to do both. I'd have just stopped streaming everything but Bearded Ramblings for a few hours and then come back to do whatever the hell I was doing prior.
Was his name Danny or Reed?
Reed? Well, he said his name was Reed. But his street name is Danny, maybe?
Oh, okay, yes.
Street name was Danny? But...
Wait, Reed was the guy in the black outfit?
Sure.
Or they were
the
all...
guy with the ponytail.
Oh, okay.
With the guitars.
Okay, yes.
He's like talking about his Dwayne.
His Dwayne?
Billy, Lily, Jane.
Anonymous sent $3.
If you motherfuckers do this to me tonight, there's not a goddamn thing I can do. I'm gonna have to take it.
Thank you for the donation.
What else can you say, right? I will show you now eating this. It's good that I have it. God damn it. That was amazing.
So yeah, freaking those guys stole my freaking phone, dude.
Oh shit.
So we tried tracking them down, like
now I can see all your videos.
After the stream ended, after they ended the stream,
well, this
like maced them in the face.
More mace. Yeah, that's the thing with JJ. People forget he's very mace happy. He will spray the living shit out of you. Which is so fucking weird because he's the one who instigates about 90% of the engagements that he gets a part of. He's almost like a non-bitter Baked Alaska. You know? Baked Alaska will call you an F-slur. You get angry at him. He then maces you. JJ will come up to someone and go, hey, could I have $1? And then it's like, no. But he kind of wanders off then, but then he always seems to go for the people who will be like, the voices in my head says I need to grab his phone and shove it up his ass. They're rushing towards him and he's like, sir, my personal space is being attacked.
The guy who stole the phone and the driver, so they were driving blind while I was chasing after them. I like opened up their door and maced the driver again. Tried to grab the phone, whatever. What? So nothing worked out. Like they just kept driving off, and they were like driving on the opposite side of the road and crap. So I was like, whatever. Like I was just hoping that that the phone would lock. I was hoping that the phone would lock, and fortunately it did. They turned off the phone. It looked like in the video, it looked like they were pressing that guy who said his phone was being stolen, or he got his phone stolen twice in a week this week.
Wait, do you think it was from them?
Yeah, he like saw those guys and he was like bewildered by them. He was like bewildered by them.
That's a big word for JJ.
He looked like I don't know, because we saw that guy and he was like, you know, he looked distressed or like under duress. So
under duress.
Yellow fanny pack.
Yeah. So he's like, dude, I got my freaking phone stolen. Whatever he's telling us, he got his phone stolen. Then these guys pull up and he just like, he looks shaken up, right? He looks like he's like bewildered by their presence and freaking walks away.
He's so bewildered.
Then they press us anyway. So yeah, after the stream ended,
he's
I tried
flummoxed, if you will.
To retrieve the phone, mace the driver, mace the other guy, and they just freaking ducked off. They freaking dashed it with my phone anyway. So like, you know, it kind of took like that loss or whatever. But fortunately, we have a new phone without a SIM card. So I'll be unable to go live outside. Or maybe we'll try.
Chat user Nugs, happy birthday amigo sent $20. Hey homie, I think you should carry a bigger can of mace. Use this money to replenish the mace inventory. Oh, and hi Reese. You're looking lovely as always, and thanks for being JJ's new homegirl. You're the best one yet. Farewell, homies.
Wait, is it Day Day or is it Reese? Or is that her like a real name and she calls herself Day Day? Or does he call her Day Day?
I failed JJ last night because I didn't use the mace on that freaking guy.
It's okay. I mean, it's probably best that you were like away from the situation. Like
you were burning.
When those guys came up, those guys came up to me or they came up to us, the first thing that came to mind was to lure them away from you, which is why I ran. But then I realized that I was going to be the sacrificial victim if they were going to aggressively fondle me. I've got experience. I shouldn't have left you alone with that guy. You shouldn't have to deserve it seemed that. Like Reed or Danny was keeping you safe, and he was like, you know, he had like a pretty. He was producing a pretty solid essence. You know, he was producing a pretty like
what?
Like fairly trustworthy essence, I should say. So
yeah. And
thankfully, he was holding it down. He kept you safe.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Yes.
Yeah, even she's like, dude, what the?
Just kidding.
Yes.
I hope he.
Well, yeah, I don't know. So yeah, I just wanted to do freaking, because I wanted to freaking go outside, and we would like go outside and like walk around, wander the place, you know. I don't know, but like
more face angle. We need 1,000% more face.
I'm unable to since I don't have a SIM card in this phone. Yeah, just felt like expressing this to you.
I got you on my hotspot. Oh,
really?
We just need. You could hold my phone.
Are they at a train station? What's the fuck going on outside there?
On.
Yeah, that'll probably work out.
I wouldn't trust it.
Thank goodness.
Also, I was definitely drinking piss last. I think it was piss.
Okay, that's something to go off on. Now, from piss drinkers and mace to Elisa and this dude, I guess.
Is that your bird? Yes. Ah, that's so cool.
Isn't Dusty a beautiful bird?
You lost the buttonhole.
I did? Thank
Can't
you.
lose the buttonhole.
You're so funny. Yeah, you're a little flirt. Was that a flirt or no?
No, that was
it was
a
a
joke.
troll.
That
Oh,
was
it was
a
a troll.
joke.
It was not a flirt. You're a comedian?
Yes, I am.
Really? How long have you been comedian for?
Since the day I was born.
Really? You're funny your whole life?
All the time.
Yeah?
My first event was when I was in 4th grade. They were teaching us English. We had to read, the nun said we had to put out our English book. We had to read, she would point to us and we would have to read a paragraph.
Yeah?
She pointed to one little boy, he read one paragraph.
No, that bird is just vibing right now. It's like, I'm a comfy on this giant's shoulders.
Pointed to a girl, she read a paragraph. Pointed to another little boy, he read another paragraph. She pointed at me, and the boy, when the boy did his paragraph, all his paragraph was the words, and day breaks. Then she pointed to me, and I went, sound of wind glass breaking.
Aw, you're a doll. Did they laugh?
Hey, they laughed, the nun laughed, and she said, that was not appropriate. I said, but everybody laughed.
Aww.
And she was trying to hold back a smile.
One of you motherfuckers should do that to me when I'm fucking live streaming in the States. Like, I'm just chatting to a bunch of people like, don't listen to him. You need to go and subscribe to John Morgan's channel. John Morgan is a superior low energy.
But it wasn't appropriate.
So do you meet a lot of women with your comedy?
Yeah, kind of.
You do?
Yeah,
it's
they
the
laugh
best way.
at me.
It's the best way to get a woman to make her laugh. It's the #1 way.
They laugh at me a lot.
They laugh at you a lot?
Yeah.
That must give you a lot of joy.
My name is, I go on stage as Mike Stand.
Mike Stand?
Mike Stand.
Oh, it's a great name.
Mike Stand.
Love it.
Mike Stand.
Brilliant.
Mike Stand, yes, Mike Stand.
Is your bird in your act?
No.
No? You should put your bird in your act.
Well, she doesn't do anything.
I know, but just having her there.
Just like my ex-girlfriend. She does nothing.
Ah, well, you'll get a new girlfriend today, I think.
No.
You don't think so?
No. See, I dated a midget woman.
You did?
Yeah, I dated her for 2 weeks, but we broke up. 3 reasons. We never could see eye to eye. She was always short with me, and she kept sticking her nose in my business.
Love it. Very funny.
And I've been having it rough, too. I buried my dad 2 months ago, and it was really hard for me. And he kept kicking, screaming out my name, throwing dirt out the hole. He shut up once I threw in his walker.
Yeah, they're alright. They're not the best jokes ever. They don't need to be. Those are solid enough. What's that weird crackling? I don't know if you guys can hear it. What the fuck? Yeah, it's almost like dripping water. Weird. It's gone now. It was my beard? Rough Friday and terrible nachos. I've already seen that on DP. I don't need to. I don't need to go through every single goddamn Cobes video ever. Oh, the Trump cards, yeah. You guys see them? Those are fucking ridiculous. To the point where even Ben Shapiro lost his shit at Trump for this. Trump NFT trading cards. He's now selling, sells out NFT trading cards. Yeah, these are the actual trading cards from his, this. That's just a stock image from Amazon that was slightly altered. That looks like a really cheap toy. That just looks like his image from The Apprentice. That has been doctored to show him nowhere near as fat as he is. Trump golf fat. Yeah, there we are. Methinks there is a little bit of artistic license going on with this one. Just a smidge. Or this one, for that matter. He looks very sad there. He would crash. That's the Vagisil ad. And again, I could imagine him in the 90s doing this. The weird thing is, Trump didn't have to go into politics at all. He could have just been a rich dude who was trashy. Like, he could have set up a bunch of casinos in Vegas and in Shanghai, and he would have been like Bank from the Ocean's movie. You know? Can you break the bank? Oh? Yeah, here he is as Superman. Here he is shooting lasers out of his eye like Homelander to destroy a protester outside Trump Tower. Here he is as a hunter. Yeah, he sold these, and people were just pointing. Even his fans were pointing and laughing at him. It was both hilarious and hilarious. Goo, what are you doing? Goo! Goo! Leave the old man alone. He just wants to make the children happy. You're going to make him feel very strange and different.
Hi. Hi, I'm nervous.
That's fine. You can take a selfie?
Well, I was hoping I could take like a professional picture with you.
Okay, we can.
Okay.
You're good.
Oh yes, you can roll around a bit if you want. Make Santa's Jack all the happier.
So we'll take a selfie and then we'll take a.
Are you gonna ask me like what I want and stuff?
Yeah. What do you want?
What's like the biggest toy you can give me?
The Nintendos are pretty big.
Is there anything in like anywhere like my size?
I think we can find something there. Okay. All right.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, now look right up there and here, and he'll take a picture for you. Oh, it's okay.
Oh yeah, I did look.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is she pretending to be like stimming right now, or did she do a bunch of stimulants beforehand? I think we already know the answer.
Do you think I
You're doing pretty well. Work on listening a little bit.
Okay.
But aside from that, you're doing great.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then I have to wait. Do I wait for my picture? Oh. Oh my god. This is the first time I ever did this. The first time I ever like met Santa and stuff. So I'm like really.
Really?
Literally shaking.
I met Santa when I was in Dublin. They had this whole area put aside. There were ads for it for weeks prior. Meet Santa in Santa's Village this December. January, a bit late for that. This December, the I don't know, the 14th, and the lines would be astronomically high. I eventually met him 3 times, and then, well.
This is gonna be like the best Christmas. Best Christmas.
Best Christmas.
Oh my
well,
god.
At least you don't have to celebrate it in an RV this year, so that's something. You know, that's pretty cool. This Christmas is not going to be very big for me. Like I said, I'm going to be just enjoying my time in the tub and shit. Especially after this week. After this week, I will be glad to be frankly done with you guys for a few days. Not to say that I don't love yous, but I mean, you know, you eat steak every day, you're going to be sick of seeing steak, no matter how you prepare it. And I'll want to just do non-streaming stuff. And then on the New Year's Eve, thanks to you guys, I get to go out guilt-free and hit the town. Not just have a few quiet scoops, but actually, you know, I might dance in public. When I look at my phone, I'll be looking at it very briefly to see what time it is. See if I got any messages. And to share deets. You guys won't be the only thing going on in my life. Well, actually, that's not true. I do have other things. But I just want this year to be finished so I can goddamn celebrate the upcoming trip. Oh, it's going to be so cool.
I love it.
Santa's doing his best. The Santa looks like Santa, but she looks so freaked out. Oh, she's like, maybe Santa was happy to see her. She's just happy. Let her be.
Dude, I'm sending this to my family.
I don't like the way her arms are held, though. She kind of looks a bit like a sex doll. Like.
Oh my god, I can't stop shaking. Oh my god.
She's so happy.
I'm so excited, I just can't stop shaking.
Probably because.
And I lost AK too.
That's a positive.
Oh my god, I'm so happy.
Wow, someone was tracking a whole lot of... Is that intentional? Like the snow on the ground?
I can't wait to show AK.
Oh, it is. It's probably like Santa's been tracking snow since he got here. And you follow it and it leaves him to his little grotto. That's kind of cool. That's a nice little feature.
God. Now I have to find AK. He's gonna be mad because I started live streaming. Maybe not. No, he's not gonna be mad. It's because I didn't tell him. But now I don't know where he's at. It's a really big store.
I was gonna say.
I guess I could put my selfie stick on.
Oh, she is happy. Okay. It's good. It's good that she's happy doing something that isn't involving drugs, booze, or overly compensating with a dude. Or harassing randos in the street. Though she did technically harass... No, she didn't harass Santa. It's Santa's job to do Santa, you know? Santa's job to do a Santa. And he did a good Santa. Chad harasses driver. Blades donators harass Uber driver. That seems... That's weird. Like, maybe they were sick and tired of harassing Blade. AK tweaking out. Tensions rising. Oh, well, she's still there to this day, so... How long ago was this? Just shy of 2 weeks? Yeah, I mean, AK clearly is not the most stable of people, and Goo isn't either. So maybe, I don't know. Spits in Beck's face? Oh, Blade. I think he's gonna go before Cobes. Like, Cobes has, I'd say, about maybe 10 years left. Blade, I 5, maybe. No. What is with all the pee drinking lately? Stop drinking pee. Ordinary what? That's more of a... Oh, that's more of a Mickey Mouse.
Today we're making mashed potato pudding.
No,
Don't feel
the pea.
almost entirely pudding. Yeah, this thing's jiggling all over the place.
Yeah.
Good God. We're gonna let this cool down. Well, all right.
Our idea, we almost call that like a mousse rather than a pudding. Like, that's not really pudding to us. Pudding is like a firmer thing.
That looks, I don't know how that looks. You know, it doesn't really look too appetizing, to be honest with you.
What do you think it looks like?
But it's not how it looks, it's how it tastes. So, here we go! Unfortunately, it just tastes like gritty mashed potatoes and chocolate. Not all that good. I don't think I'd serve this up for your holiday desserts. I'm gonna have to give the chocolate mashed potatoes a 1 out of 5. Bop, 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 bop.
Wop.
Well, hey there, folks, and welcome back. I guess. Freshwater eel already prepared for us, and with these little
eel. There was a time like this year I was eating eel almost every day, but I forget what it was. And it was done like this. It was very nicely done. The only thing is it was frozen. I think it was up in Tesco's they were doing eel. Eel's completely underrated, by the way. We look at eel, we're like, ew. But I'll take the look of an eel over a look of a lobster or a crab, and all three of these things taste amazing. When prepared right.
plastic things to jazz it up. We won't be cooking the plastic garnishes. So many people were grossed out by the Gooey Duck episode that we're going pre-cooked this time. It smells very fishy. Tastes like chicken with like the texture of fish. And it's covered in this sweet teriyaki sauce, which I think will make for a delicious sausage. You look so delicious. Actually, now that I've tasted it, I kind of don't want to sausage them. I think they're actually worth the $20 price tag. I'm predicting that this is going to be easily a 5 out of 5 sausage. You've heard it here first.
Hey, it's like
I'm not sure if it's
Cowboy
the eel
guy
that I'm
said
digging
earlier.
Or if it's the
We need a grinder that's
smothering this thing.
Robo.
Man, that Korean
Robo
market's
grinder.
like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory for people that turn food into sausages.
Gustis Gloop. We're gonna
Now
turn
that
the
this has had a
Gustis
chance
Gloop into sausage.
To heat up through the grinder, that fishy.
Oh, we should watch the Wassail one as I get into bed. Or as I wrap up beforehand. I have to make sure I have everything I need here. Put my phone on charge. Take the cup and the plate out. Move everything slightly to the left. So we'll have that playing while I'm doing that.
Smell is starting to take over. I'm still gonna say 5 out of 5. You're gonna burn to the wick. Ooh, sausage cuda. I think we.
I was
we did
gonna
the
say, where's the sausage?
right thing by getting 2 of those eels. Okay. That's the eel water.
Eel
3,
water.
2, 1. Let's sausage.
I don't know if it's gonna be 5 out of 5. I think the texture is gonna let it down.
Oh, that's eely.
It's very eely. It returns to eel form.
God, this looks like a monstrosity. Well, there you have it. $40 worth of grilled eel will get you 2 normal-sized sausages and 1 extra-large sausage.
Well, no, actually, you could have kept on adding to it by hand, and then you would have been able to make up 2. No, you'd be able to get 4 regular-sized sausages. For 30? No. For 15? If they're good, maybe, but even that would get some people staring at you like, really? $15 for 4 sausages? They're really good sausages. They'd have to be, yeah.
Will it be worth it? Who knows? With special thanks to today's Mark Boxalo box artist, this guy! This Will It Blow is brought to you by...
No, it's not brought to you by anything except to like, share, and subscribe, and give your boy some money, or wait until he is asleep and torment him. And if you do like, share, or subscribe, better yet, in general, just be sure to check you hit the bell, like I did before with the sausage. But look at this. It's now no more. I will receive all notifications, thank you very much. Only because YouTube tends to be a dick about that. Especially if you're a tiny boy like me. A small boy.
Blow? A little bit.
That noise.
It's, you know, it's I'm gonna have to give that a Will It Blow 2 Mark Ruffalos.
Look very
We're
disappointed.
not gonna pan sear these because all the teriyaki sauce would just ooze out of it and cause the sausages to boil and not sear. So we're gonna throw them in the toaster oven, and we'll do 325 for 30 minutes. Oh, I waited too long to check on them.
Ah, no, you fool. You've wasted all the eel water. That's where the flavor is. The eel flavor.
Yeah, they burst. How could this have happened?
How could this happen to me? Oh, they look like they're being infected with Nurgle's blessing.
I don't think it's as bad as it looks. This backfired fired so hard on me that the skin is not crispy. Look how tiny it is. At least it's not a total loss. At least most of the sausages are still intact. The baking method is hit or miss. Let's open this one up and see how we did.
Why? We can
Well,
see.
this certainly doesn't look like a 5 out of 5 sausage. All of my hopes and dreams. And the smell is so ely, you have no idea. Here we go! Well, this sausage isn't very good at all. It kind of tastes like insects, river mud, and fish. I'm not tasting very much teriyaki sauce now. It's a dish that's much better served cold. Heating it up has just brought out all of these flavors that I am just not into. It's not good. It doesn't look good. It doesn't taste good. It's mushy. The skin isn't crispy. I just can't find any good reasons to give it a single point. So, along with the gooey duck, eel sausage is also getting a 0 out of 5.
Oh, that's 2 complete misses back to back.
Bop, 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 bop.
Aw. Alright, breakfast baconator, just to say that we got all the standard stuff done. And I'll have him playing while I once again go to the lavatorium. And also move this off my bed. I put way too much stuff. I'm one of those people that I put tons of stuff on my bed that I shouldn't. Like shoes. That's meant to be bad luck. You're not meant to put shoes on a bed or a hat. Now that the shoe makes sense because you know you might have been walking outside in a shoe and it might be dirty. But a hat is just a hat. You're not meant to put a hat on a bed. But I put like all random stuff on beds. I put like anything that's just like over here. I'm like, bleh, throw it onto the bed and then I have to take it up later. This was in my bed last night. Why the fuck is a candle lighter in my goddamn bed? What were you doing? What was going through my mind? What's going on with my voice? Right, BRB. Baconator! I couldn't go for a Baconator right now. If I could go for anything, really crispy chicken nuggets. That's what I'd go for right now. Breaded, not battered. Yeah, McNuggets and if I had to add it would be McNuggets and fries from McDonald's. I can go for that. I'm not hungry. That'd just be me being a piggy Piggerson. Piggy. My phone fell to the floor. I pick it up and find that it's a trooper who survived worse. As proven by the very chill cat on the nice hostile. I don't care about you, hostile world. Oh shit, Little's been recalling a bunch of stuff. Wait, this is even more. What did they recall? What is it? What is it? I have a chance of Christmas hams have been recalled due to incorrect cooking instructions. Okay, fair I guess. Something crazy like the pea would have a centipede living inside it, but only 1/4 tins.
Well, hey there, folks, and welcome back. I guess.
Whoa.
The Wendy's Breakfast Baconator. It's got big shoes to fill because the original Baconator got a 4 out of 5. And I gotta tell you, right off the bat, I don't think it's got it in it. That's not that much bacon. That appears to be one strip of bacon cut up into 3 pieces. Where's the bacon? Here's some more of it. This is like a Baconator for like an infant. What is that, mayonnaise? It's not mayonnaise. Bacon, egg, and cheese, and a sausage patty. We're gonna be removing most of the buns for this since they cause the sausages to burst and they don't add any flavor. I'll still throw in one. This is how the food looks around my house when Mrs. Sausage visits her family for a few days. Why am I using my hands? Looks good, looks good. It's still, you can still make out identifiable pieces in there, so I think it's time for a regrind. Now that's looking more unidentifiable. It's getting sausage here, so take off all your clothes. I am getting sausage with a little bit of
Hang on, I gotta have a clear audio when I do this. Set alarm 9. Right. I don't expect to be sleeping till 9 a.m. But just be on the off chance that I am still fast asleep at 9 o'clock. Because, of course, I don't want it to go over the 12-hour mark. It doesn't process, render. I become a very sad panda. No one wants to see me as a sad panda, trust me. You ever see that video, the old video of the panda sneezing? Oh, that's what I had to do. I forgot this was a thing.
That's you here in the morning. Wow.
Can't live without this once you hit your late 20s. That's right, it's my bed satchel, my booze satchel. That's a hot one. Of course, don't be a moron. Don't be fools, you're better than that.
Someone's got to tell me where that water's coming from. In 3, 2, 1, let's sausage!
This kind of looks like a Kahlua. Wonder if you could use it that. Probably should.
Well, not for nothing, but 3 breakfast baconators will get you 4 decently sized sausages. With special thanks to today's Mark
Oh,
Box
God.
artist, this guy. I think the audience has become more clever than I am. Well, if you know, you know. So will it
I know.
blow?
No, too tiny packed.
It didn't even make it. Well, you made it out of the tube, but it didn't even hit the box. I'm gonna have to give that Will It Blow half a Ruffalo.
Oh no! Wendy's.
Usually I cook these things at like 200 degrees, but I'm sick of them bursting, so I'm gonna go super low at 160 and see how that does. Oh well, all right. Here we go.
What? Oh, but very carefully.
Yeah, that's the sound of sausages barely cooking.
It'll take some time.
All right, I think it's time we. Oh, it
No!
first when I picked it up. Oh my God!
Oh,
no.
no.
Get out of the pan. Good Lord, we were almost there.
He's got the worst
50%
look.
success rate. Well, I suppose that's better than a 100% failure rate, which is what we're used to. So, that's what it looks like. And you, I'm gonna pick up so gently. It looks good. Here we go. It's good. It's real good. Of course, it's not the most solid of sausages, but we've had mushier is what I'm trying to say. It's not oozing out, but you can see the softness inside of there. An incredibly flavorful sausage. Despite the looks of the sandwich, the sausage has a very bacony flavor. I would proudly eat this in the mornings instead of a hamburger. Come on, let's think outside the box, Wendy's. Let's make some breakfast sausages. I say it's even better than the original Baconator sausage. To show that I prefer this one a little bit more, I'm gonna have to give this sausage here a 4.5 out of 5.
Bop, 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 bop.
He really doesn't 100%
Listen
know,
to the
is he?
grease.
Oh, that's the sound of it going in and the sound of it going out. Ugh. Alright, I was going to go out and dump this out and restock the water, but I'm not going to do that without watching a video that like isn't so visual. Let me see titties. Let me see. What could I watch? When was this?
We need this energy in reverse, okay? We need the men's TPUSA movement, and the guy goes up there with a He-Man doll, okay?
Oh, this is old. His audience is a bit different now.
And he's like, as you've noticed, I'm naked in a loincloth.
Why? I mean, I wouldn't complain. But listen, why does the left have anything like this? Like, TPUSA has these huge events, probably because they're all funded by, like, oil billionaires or whatever.
Yeah, they have
So I
that
guess
money.
that's why.
Also, they're shameless.
But, like, yeah, exactly. There's, like, nothing like this. There's no, like, big hype, like, fun party thing. Like, I don't know. It's just, like, it kind of sucks. Like,
did you
we're,
see
like,
that?
left out of this.
Hey, VidCon is a very based place. Rainforest is a very open-minded place. I mean, you could argue Pride, but Pride is so massive and like overlapping that it's not focused on like getting people into office or outside of like maybe a regional person. Like, hey, I'm your local council person. I'm also proudly gay. You know, go and vote for me. And you're like, no, because you want to increase taxes on poor people while cut tax breaks for the rich. And they're like, yeah, I'm a piece of shit, but I'm also gay. Almost like a certain politician in the Irish political system. Good thing they don't have a tremendous amount of power and influence. Alright, let's go straight to like what is currently trending, you know? How do you do that again? I so rarely look at trending that... Oh damn. So a whole lot of things that shouldn't be there. Yeah, how do you do trending? Go to trend. Trending. Popular on YouTube. Oh, the Oppenheimer trailer. That'd be kind of cool. Top Gun Maverick special announcement, but that was a day ago. To be the coldest Christmas in decades? What the fuck? That looks too sort of like, hey dude! That sort of thing. Simon's cat! Runaway duckling. I like Simon's cat. Very expressive. True Facts McCall. You think that's Z Franks? Probably. Now, I don't know which ones of these would actually be like copyrighted or not. And a good few of them would be. Probably not Mr. Beast. That's 2 years ago. Oh, YouTube. Will you ever learn? Probably. Look at all these been lurking throughout the day. I was wondering where you was at. Oh, there it is. Trending. Of course, a lot to do with the football. Argentina won. Attract Santa win AirTag. These are all shorts. God, I really want shorts to matter. I say when shorts are some of the most successful things I've ever done. That get me copyrighted. That looks shit. Music video. Well, I want to see the Barbie trailer. So we will, but... it just has to be short enough. Without being a short. The Sidemen's official music video? Can't accept your surrender. That was 7 days. MMA. But I remember when I had more variety in things I was looking at. That might be on me or it might be on the algorithm. I don't know. I'm gonna blame the algorithm so I get away scot-free, you know? I'm glad I'm going to bed because clearly I'm not bringing my A game. Of course it's a scam, it's Trump. Here, this will be perfect.
This is embarrassing.
I'll be back in a second.
This is embarrassing. Embarrassing behavior for Donald Trump.
Of course it is.
So, I just wanted to talk about this major announcement that Trump was teasing a few days ago. So, I don't know if you guys were paying attention to Trump World 2 days ago on the 14th, but on the 14th, Trump was teasing a major announcement. He gave no exact hint what it would be. He didn't say what it was gonna be. All he did to hint it was like he showed like a superhero version of himself. I think here it is right here. This is the only hint Trump gave for what the announcement would be. And so I saw a ton of speculation in the MAGA world. I saw some people saying, hey, this new announcement, you know what it's gonna be? And you can even see it here. Like it's like talking about like, oh, what could it be? Donald Trump to the rescue? Oh my goodness, what is it gonna be? And some people were saying he's gonna announce his VP pick. Some people were saying, oh, he's gonna announce a bunch of new policy things. Some people were saying, you know, this is Trump, he's going to, you know, reveal some secret information about the Bidens. The Q people were going crazy. And if this is on YouTube, you probably already see it in the YouTube title of the video. But I'll just play this, and I won't give you guys any warning to what exactly it is. Just, you know, enjoy this in its full glory. Again, remember, this is during a period of time where Trump is in a death battle for the Republican nomination in 2024 with people like Ron DeSantis. And a lot of people in the Trump world are super worried about Trump because of recent things he said about, like, you know, terminating the Constitution and scandals about the Presidential Records Act and just Trump being Trump and scandals surrounding that, the Kanye stuff. And so a lot of Republicans are starting to lose faith in Donald Trump as a nominee. So people thought this big announcement would be what comes in and, you know, swoops all the momentum from Ron DeSantis and gives it back to Mr. 45, the 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump. And so here is the announcement that he hyped up so much.
Hello, everyone. This is Donald Trump. Hopefully your favorite president of all time, better than Lincoln, better than Washington.
Better than Lincoln and better than Washington. What would the best president of all time announce in his big announcement? The person who is according to him, better than Lincoln, the man who helped end slavery in Washington, the man who earned us our independence. Let's hear it.
With an important announcement to make. I'm doing my first official Donald J. Trump NFT collection right here and right now. They're called Trump Digital Trading Cards. These cards feature some of the really incredible artwork pertaining to my life and my career. It's been very exciting. You can collect your Trump digital cards just like a baseball card or other collectibles. Here's one of the best parts. Each card comes with an automatic chance to win amazing prizes like dinner with me. I don't know if that's an amazing prize, but it's what we have. Or golf with you and a group of your friends.
His big announcement was a deck of NFT playing cards of himself for $99 each. Each of them done, and I'm going to be honest, not good art. It looks like it was quickly done in Photoshop. It is pure grift. This is not something that you're going to turn a profit on. It is embarrassing that he would build up so much momentum on this while on the campaign trail, while there's so much stuff in the news right now. And Trump is seeing the nomination slip from his hands and possibly end up in the hands of Ron DeSantis. We won't know until, you know, the primary debates and we start having the primaries, like exactly what the playing field is going to look like. But we all know that Trump's nomination is not secure. It is not guaranteed. And this is what he's doing. I'm gonna let him finish his pitch though. I don't know. Maybe he'll convince you guys.
At one of my beautiful golf courses, and they are beautiful. I'm also doing Zoom calls, a one-on-one meeting, autographing memorabilia, and so much more. We're doing a lot. My official Trump digital trading cards are $99, which doesn't sound like very much.
Look at this. This isn't good art. That's $100. That's 100. The idea is with the NFTs is like this art. You're buying the art, and the art has some value. Cryptocurrency nonsense. But look at that. It's not good art. It's like it's just terribly photoshopped. It's not good.
For what you're getting, buy one and you will join a very exclusive community. It's my community, and I think it's something you.
I love the idea of Trump being like, hey, buy the NFT, you'll be part of our community. It's my community, in fact. As if like Donald Trump's gonna be in the Trump trading card deck Discord. He's just gonna pop in there, say, hey everybody, I hope you guys are, you know, loving the new card. He's just like jumping in Discord. He's like hosting call. I would brilliant. His community.
You're going to like, and you're going to like it a lot. They also make perfect gifts. So you can buy them with your credit card or crypto. All you need is an email address. Go to collecttrumpcards.com and buy your Trump digital trading cards right now before they are all gone, and they will be gone. This is my first official Trump trading card NFT collection, and you get a chance to meet me. Go to collecttrumpcards.com right now, and remember, Christmas is coming, and this makes a great Christmas gift.
Could you imagine if your grandfather gave this to you?
Oh god!
Instead of like sneakers. It's like, look, I had $100 for a Christmas gift, and I know how you like Steam games. It's like, oh, am I getting a Steam gift card? It's like, I know how much you like chess. Oh, am I getting a new new chess set? I know how much you like poker. Oh, new poker set. But I got you something better. I got you an investment that he just gives you a URL to your Trump digital trading card. Brilliant.
No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited.
My goodness. Well, obviously, this was very funny to me. I find this.
The funniest thing he said so far is just the idea of Trump being like in a Discord. Like I do. You know, like, what movies do you want to watch on movie night for the subscribers? You know. I personally want to watch Free Willy. Go on, Willy. Jump for all your might. Oh, I'm just saying, he'd have all his movies that he was in, you know, like, I will watch Home Alone 2. There's a great scene in it.
It's hilarious. I love this, in fact. This is great for me. This is where Trump's at his best, because this is also where Trump's at his funniest. But this time, I don't know why, but it seems like this was the breaking point for a lot of people. Not like a...
Yeah, it is actually kind of strange that this... Oh my god, the amount of tabs he's got open. Holy fuck. That's the stimming of the new generation. There's no way I could keep tracks with all that. Unless it's when I'm on a porn binge and I have to find that one exact kink. Then I'm becoming the hacker man. And I'm like, you know, I have to remember back to that really hot porn I watched like 6 years ago, and all I can do is remember the theme. Hot, MILF, lesbians. No. So, gotta remove that tag. Gotta add this tag. That actress looks kinda similar. If you find something really hot, try to remember or tag the name of it. You read a hentai that you liked? You watched a hentai? Find the name of it. Even if you just remember the studio, trust me. 2 or 3 months down the line, all that you need. Yep. Okay, let's. Thank you, Dylan, for holding down the fort. Now piss off back to Ukraine. Actually, by the looks of it, he might be in Ukraine right now. Holy shit. That man's a legend. Let's have a look at this. I want to see the Barbie trailer.
Since the beginning of time.
As you can imagine, I'm very scared about copyright, so I'm gonna be a good boy and stop every few seconds. But what else is new? Be used to it.
Since the first little girl ever existed, there have been dolls.
There have also been, you know, dolls for little boys, but they're not called dolls for some reason. I think the boys get very scared.
But the dolls were always and forever baby dolls. Until...
What the fuck? Oh, I love this. This looks like something Lindsay Ellis would make. The history of Barbie. Ba, ba, ba. Fuck you, T-Set. I want to get heavily into debt with all my commercial spending. Oh god. Oh god. Yes. I want to watch that movie so bad. Because it's actually self-aware of what it is. Everyone's all saying, like, I actually generally want to watch the movie. So do I! It looks so dumb. It's like, imagine if they did a G.I. Joe film that wasn't aware of... Oh, never mind. Alright. Better example. Imagine if they did a He-Man movie. Oh, never mind. Mask. I want to see a Mask movie where they at least know that cars are kind of a big deal about it and like they transform and shit. But no, yeah, like I want to see this. It's gotta be good because it's completely like self-aware. It's not like pretending to be anything else than a film that's going to be about the most vapid and yet most incredible human that could ever live. I mean, she is just about the endless demand for consumerism, and yet she is also an astronaut. She is constantly in need of validation from everyone around her, but she's also the president. You know, like... She's cured cancer, but is also a fairy. She's Barbie. She is a god. She is literally a god. Or goddess, you know? The male equivalent, you could argue, is He-Man. But that doesn't make sense, because he's not all these things. Men are like segmented, you know? You want a big, strong character in a more primal sort of way, you got He-Man. You have it in a negative way, you got Conan. You have a soldier sort of character, a modern day version of that, you got G.I. Joe. You want to do that in a more morally grey area, you have James Bond. Everyone likes cars. Cars are universal, and Barbie drives around in a car. Spaceships, the same thing. Dinosaurs, the same thing. There's dinosaur Barbies. There has to be. Cave woman Barbie, you know? Maybe she drags Unga Bunga Ken back to their pink cave. Oh, there's a metaphor. Incels would not approve. Elliot Rodger would just ground his teeth looking at them. Oh yeah, no, I want to see this film. I want to see this film so bad. Oh. Now where's that wassail? What I wanted to watch. There it is. Tudor wassail. The fuck is wassail? Well, you're about to find out.
There's an old Christmas song that goes, "Here we come a-wassailing among the leaves so green." But I ask you, what the heck is wassailing? Well, let me explain over a nice hot steaming cup of wassail. So thank you to my Patreon patrons for supporting this channel for yet another year. To you, I raise a cup of wassail once I've made it. This time,
it's kind of like mulled wine, but it's now there's a few extra steps to it. And mulled wine can be really nice. You can get a glass of mulled wine up in the lodge up there for about €3. And you know what? You have it before you leave and walk back here. Well, what I do is I have it before leaving and walk back there. It really does keep you warm. You feel it in your toes. Very nice. Better than Fireball for sure. But I won't have the luxury of having it this year, this trip, and this stream. And unless it's next year, but then, you know, I won't be there, so.
On Drinking History.
Bum, bum, bum.
So the thing with the word...
I like his new intro. That's kind of cool. I'm gonna move the TV while he's talking to be easier to see when I'm in bed. And I'm going to also obviously move the mic a little closer. I'm not going to go into bed quite yet. I might go into bed after this, and we'll keep watching for a little bit longer. Yeah. We can move into it. I think I've done everything. My phone's charging and the internet's off. I turned off the heater, but I've got my bed warming up pretty nicely from the water bottle. Water bottle. The water bottle. I'll let him play.
Wassail is that it has a multitude of meanings. It can be a salutation, a type of song, a toast, a party, or even a drunken fight. though it's what those who are wassailing are drunk on that concerns me today. As Samuel Johnson described it, it's a liquor made of apples, sugar, and ale, anciently much used by English good fellows. Hear, hear. But even then, that definition is rather narrow, because wassail, the drink, could be made from wine or cider or ale, sometimes brandy. It really changes throughout the centuries. But one of the most popular types of wassail, and I think the one that Samuel Johnson is trying to describe in his dictionary, was called lambswool, a drink that answers the question, what if this applesauce could make me drunk? Lambswool is merely a variety of the wassail bowl. Formerly, the first day of November was dedicated to the angel presiding over fruits, seeds, etc., and was therefore named Lamasul, that is, the day of the apple fruit, and being pronounced Lamasul, our country people have corrupted it to lambswool. Recipe: mix the pulp of half a dozen roasted apples with some raw sugar, a grated nutmeg, and a small quantity of ginger. Add 1 quart of strong ale made moderately warm. Stir the whole
bollocks. So what's happened is my I haven't broke it, but my TV, the wire came loose on the back, so I've got to get that real. This voice is driving me crazy. I'm doing this. I'm very quick to anger. It's a bad trait on my part. Very bad trait. Did it? Yep. Gotta fix it now. Or not. No? There we go. There. Crisis averted. Just move here. Here. Move this here. Move this. Yeah, that's about right. Doesn't the bed look nice when it's actually got its covers on rather than just, you know, the bedding? Warmer too. More stuff in it. Mouse is stuck. Of course it is. Can't have nice things. Can't wait till next year. Well, I can't wait until Wednesday. I'll be able to pick up a new keyboard and mouse, the battery. And we'll be able to get that sorted. Have to worry about this again. Christ. Right.
All well together, and if sweet enough, it is fit for use. This mixture is sometimes served up in a bowl with sweet cakes floating in it. So to make this, you'll need 6 apples, and the ones that they would have probably used for most of history are crab apples. As Shakespeare's Love's Labour's Lost described the drink, when roasted crabs hiss in the bowl. But most of us don't have access to crab apples these days, so any tart apples will do. 1 quart or 1 liter of ale, a half cup or 105 grams of brown sugar, or more or less, it's really up to you. It is supposed to be rather sweet though. 2 teaspoons or 1 whole nutmeg, 2 teaspoons of fresh ginger. You can also use about 1.5 teaspoons of dried ginger. So first, core the apples and set them on a lined baking sheet and bake them at 350 degrees Fahrenheit or 175 Celsius for 45 minutes. When they're done, you should be easily able to remove the skins and then mash them up as fine as you can. Then add in the brown sugar, nutmeg, and ginger, and mix it all.
Pause them again. Hi, by the way, Jay. On full screen. Yeah. Obviously, you'll want me a little closer. You can see my bloody face and my reaction should I wake up from a nightly endeavor. See it sleeping like this. Yeah, that's good. Right. Except for the text, I can't read that text because it's black. So Make the text white. Someone type something to see how that comes up. Should come up much easier now. Only downside, of course, is that the text will probably be a different font on this. You look very cozy. I am very cozy. Thank you. You'll be seeing a lot of me like this over the next few days. Wednesday is going to be crazy. I don't know how I'm going to manage that while drunk. And I will be drunk at the end of it, even if Shabby doesn't show. Oh, what? The chat's not wanting to play? Fuck you then. Yeah, there's me. I've got myself looking at myself right now. There you are. Great stuff. Text is a little harder to read with the beer. So maybe for this part, I will turn the beer off. Once again, we have a me looking at you, looking at me, looking at you. Back to the wassail. I demand all the wassail.
All together as well as possible, and there you basically have applesauce.
I like tasting
Then you're going to
history.
heat the ale up over a low heat in a pot just until it is steaming. You don't want it to boil. And once it's steaming, add the applesauce and mix it until it's combined, and then let it steep, again, not boiling, for about 5 minutes. Now, as I said, this is just one of many versions of lambswool or wassail
And
in
yes, he
general.
is.
And sometimes instead of using
I wouldn't say he's flamboyantly gay, but he's camp and gay enough that it's kind of like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
apples, they'll mix it up with eggs.
He's a big dork
or,
like
or
me, though.
ground
I like
almonds. There are just so many versions of this drink. But the
And I like
version
his
that we
style.
are
I like
making
that
today
shirt. I want
does
that
seem
shirt. I'm
pretty
gonna look for that
standard.
shirt next
In
year.
fact, there is a poem from the 17th century by
I would look good in that shirt if I was going out on a date. I like that shirt. It also kind of looks a little bit like a pajamas shirt.
Robert Herrick, where he describes essentially this: "A health to the king and queen here. Next crown the bowl
that
full
water
with
bottle on
gentle
my
lamb's
feet is
wool.
great.
Add sugar, nutmeg, and ginger, with store of ale too, and thus ye must do to make the wassail a swinger."
Oh,
so here's
swinger,
hoping
huh?
our wassail is indeed a swinger. Though
A
I
swinger.
think first I should delve into some of those other definitions of wassail.
Wassail.
So first thing to figure out is where the word wassail even came from. Some believe that it started with the Old Norse vesheil, which then went into Anglo-Saxon washeil, roughly meaning be in good health.
Oh, I almost forgot. When the notification happens, when the alert box happens, on the off chance, yeah, we want donations. The audio of it. Sound file, Chain Media. Let's have a listen. That's what I think the very first one I ever did. Yeah. That's it. Done. Now, if anyone donates throughout the night,
This is a test donation for $6.
after the fucking scream. So as I'm sleeping, if anyone donates throughout the night, well, there's no way around it. I'll bloody wake up.
And how the phrase was used is not entirely
And you'll probably wake up too.
clear, though it is mentioned in one of my
Obviously,
favorite
when I'm awake, I'll, like, in the morning, I'll switch it back to the normal.
poems, Beowulf, which was written in the centuries leading up
We'll
to the
spice it
year
up. I'll
1000.
put another one in
And
tomorrow.
there it's used as a sort of salute. Again as erst begin in hall, warriors wassail and words of power. This is likely the oldest use of the phrase that was written down, though it may have been used much, much earlier if the rather dodgy history of medieval historians is to be believed, which it usually shouldn't. But for argument's sake, in Geoffrey of Monmouth's 12th century bestseller, The History of the Kings of Britain, he described a banquet where Vortigern, the 5th century king of the Britons, entertains the Saxon mercenary Hengist. Hengist's daughter, Rowena, greets Vortigern with a bow and offers him a goblet of spiced wine and says, "Wes heil," or be in good health, to which the king replies, "Drink heil," or drink and good health. And from that day to this, the tradition has endured in Britain that the one who drinks first at a banquet says "Wes heil" to his partner, and he who drinks next says "Drink heil." Vortigern and Rowena end up falling in love, getting married, and the rest is history. At least in Geoffrey of Monmouth's history, which is mostly myth. But that's beside the point. Now, while he was writing about events that took place centuries before that likely never actually happened, another Anglo-Norman writer, a poet, did mention wassail being used as a toast by the Saxons on the eve of the Battle of Hastings in 1066. "Rejoice and wassail! Pass the bottle and drink healthy. Drink backwards and drink to me. Drink half and drink empty." And maybe if they hadn't drunk so much, the next day would have gone better for them. But doubtful. Now, as I said, they used that phrase, "Wes heil," as kind of a toast. And that phrase, to toast, actually may have its roots in wassail. Even in the recipe that we're using today, it mentions that little cakes can be served in it. Not with it, but actually in it. And this comes from an earlier tradition of putting manchet, or fine white bread, inside of the drink. Tradition has it that once the drink was all gone, the highest ranking person there, or whoever was being honored, would be given this piece of toast that was sodden with alcohol to eat, kind of like the fruit at the end of sangria, but more soggy. And the practice, which, while not very common today, I think, is mentioned in several famous songs about wassailing. "Wassail, wassail, all over the town, our toast it is white, and our ale it is brown. Our bowl it is made of the white maple tree, with the wassailing bowl we'll drink unto thee. Our wassail is made of the good ale and cake, some nutmeg and ginger, the best we could bake." And songs like this are still sung all around Britain as people go wassailing. And this is where the word wassail goes from just being a
"Bring us some figgy pudding." And of course, wassailing is, of course, caroling. It's the same thing. "We won't go until we get some. We won't go until we get some."
Noun, either a salute or a drink to someone's health, or the drink itself, to a verb. Sometimes today it's synonymous with caroling, going door to door singing Christmas songs. But that is definitely the more tame version that became popular during the Victorian age. For the practice started out with more pagan roots. It was an old practice.
All the good stuff, you can go back to the fucking pagans. Did Christianity ever do anything cool on its own? Don't say the Crusades. Don't say the Crusades. Don't say the Crusades, because Crusades was not cool. Even if it resulted in some, at times, metal imagery.
Of farmers, not only in Britain, but all over Europe, where during the winter months, they would go out.
Architecture. Architecture was something that the Christians made, and that was pretty cool. I've been to enough, like, medieval churches to know that, like, it's good shit.
To their orchards and pour cider and other alcohols onto the roots of their fruit trees in the hope that it would help them produce more fruit in the next harvest season. "Wassail the trees that they may bear."
Oh, I'm gonna take this, my tripod, put the thing down here. There. Now I can actually see what's going on. You can still see me. Stained glass, maybe. The Egyptians had some stained glass beforehand. Yeah, you guys can still see me, so I'm laying down, you can still see me. But now I've got a direct line for the TV behind me. If there's any major glow, it's coming from the TV. So
you many a plum and many a pear, for more or less fruits they will bring, as you do give them wassailing.
Yep.
The practice also often included the singing of songs to ostensibly frighten away any evil spirits that were living amongst the trees. And eventually,
which would
it
have
started
been
taking
elves and
place mostly
goblins
on the 12th night of Christmas. And they would ask
their
the baby
original
Jesus to also bless the trees, and that
Which
is
would have
how
looked like gnomes.
wassailing and Christmas got all tangled up together.
Long
and then
before
at some
Tolkien
point
made them
during the Middle
sexy.
Ages, the practice of wassailing expanded. Perhaps it was because the farmers were drunk after wassailing all of their orchard trees and would come into the towns and, you know, it would just kind of spill over. But I think it was because all of the people who didn't have any orchards to wassail just wanted to get in on the public drinking and singing. And so wassailing became a tradition of going about the town from door to door, singing and hoping that the lord of the manor would spread some of that good old Christmas cheer. We are not daily beggars that beg from door to door, but we are friendly neighbors, whom you have seen before. And we're here for your alcohol. But it wasn't just the rabble outside. The people, the lords and ladies inside of the manors, they also wanted to get in on the action. In the 1494 household ordinances of King Henry VII, no less, it describes, "On 12th day at night, the king and queen ought to take it in the hall, and as for the wassail, the steward and the treasurer shall come forward with their staves in their hands. When the steward cometh into the hall door with the wassail, he must cry 3 times, Wassail, 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 and then the chapel to answer with a good song." A century later in Elizabethan England, many people stopped depending on the Lord to give them their wassail, and instead they would just make their own and cart it about town in big bowls, drinking and singing and carousing and generally getting out of control, and it would often lead to drunken fights, and that actually ended up becoming another definition of the word. And those engaged in this practice definitely got a bit of a reputation. "I should be loath to meet the rudeness and swilled insolence of such late wassailers." See, I feel like it's kind of like trick-or-treaters on Halloween. The kids who come to the door at 5 and 6 p.m., they're usually the little tykes, so cute, you know, wonderful. But if anyone's knocking on your door at 9:30 or 10 p.m., it's a different kind of kid. And so there were concerted efforts to put an end to this wassailing practice by the British government with little success. Even today, in parts of England and Wales, it can be a bit of a rowdy practice. In parts of southern Wales, their wassailing tradition involves Mari Lwyd. The practice has the usual going from house to house, singing and drinking, but the revelers are accompanied by a skeletal horse, who playfully, if frighteningly, attempts to come inside of the houses with the homeowner's only defense being witty rhymes. And my friend Jimmy, the Welsh Viking, here on YouTube did an entire video on that practice, so I'll put a link in the description if you want to learn more about Mari Lwyd. Now, in parts of southern England, wassailing never left the orchard, and still involves singing and drinking amidst apple trees. Toast is hung from the bare branches, and cider is poured on the roots to still ward off evil spirits and ensure a healthy harvest for the next year. But for most, wassailing was tamed by the likes of Washington Irving and Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, who included it in their poems on wholesome Christmas celebrations. Even Charles Dickens, king of the Christmas authors, included a bowl of wassail punch in the cornucopia at the feet of the Ghost of Christmas Present. And at a very dignified Christmas celebration in the Pickwick Papers, Dickens describes a party where they play games, and then they sat down by the huge fire of blazing logs to a substantial supper, and a mighty bowl of wassail, something smaller than an ordinary wash-house copper, in which the hot apples were hissing and bubbling with a rich look and a jolly sound that were perfectly irresistible. A perfectly irresistible and respectable Christmas drink if ever I heard of one. However, if you do drink too much of this perfectly irresistible and respectable Christmas drink, your neighbors might find you outside singing to your trees. So once your wassail's all heated and mixed, it is ready to serve. But the question is, what are you going to serve it in? See, originally the wassail bowl was more of a giant cup. They were often made out of wood, white maple, white oak, or lignum vitae, meaning tree of life. Though in 1732, in Jesus College, Oxford, we are told it is drunk out of a silver gilt bowl holding 10 gallons. I don't have any of these things, so any bowl or big old cup will do just fine. Now, one thing I am doing is adding a bit of toast, just because I'm curious how this whole thing works. Now, this recipe says that they did cakes on top. They would have been little yeasted cakes, but I'm going with the old version where it's just a piece of toast. Seems weird. But here we are, a cup of traditional Christmas wassail. I'm not gonna lie, it looks odd because...
Kind of looks like a Bloody Mary.
There are bits of applesauce floating in it, but it smells really good. So here we go. Tastes good. Tastes good. There are bits of apple. It's just like half beer, half applesauce. That's what it is. I think I would strain it, and then the flavor is actually really, really nice. But then you kind of lose the, I guess, the essence of the apple in it. Though there are recipes that don't have the mashed apple. There are a lot of recipes where they use apple cider, alcoholic apple cider, and kind of spice that. And they're period. I mean, from the 18th century is when I start to see those.
Or when the same people were like, hey, can we not have this applesauce in this?
If you don't want chunks of apple in your wassail, go get one of those. Now I also want to try to fish this toast out of the bottom of the wassail. I kind of hoped it would float. It does not. Oh, it does not look good.
No.
Okay, so as I expected, it just absolutely fell apart because it's soaked toast. But I got a little piece here, so let's see how this goes.
It's gonna be apple toast, that's all.
And that was a reward.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's a punishment. Because not only is it soggy toast, but it definitely like absorbs the alcohol, just like fruit and sangria, and it's strong toast. So I'd say 9 out of 10 for the flavor of the wassail, not the toast, but the rest of the wassail, and a 4 out of 10 for texture. So strain this puppy, and you got yourself a nice little drink. So make sure to check out my Patreon as well as our second channel, Catch Up with Max and Jose. I'm going to put a link to...
No, I'm okay. Thank you, Max. You're awesome. Oh, one more cooking video, and then we'll find something to listen to as I start drifting off to sleep, like an audiobook. I hope you guys don't mind, but I might pick Grimdark Narrator or maybe a Border Prince. So if you like 40k or Warhammer Fantasy...
This episode is sponsored by ButcherBox. With ButcherBox...
May also pick a different one with like... probably the same theme, because I can't think of like a big fantasy one in particular.
You can get high-quality meat delivered directly to your door. Choose from 100% grass-fed beef, free-range organic chicken, and more sourced from farmers and fishermen dedicated to doing the right thing. Today I'm using ButcherBox to make my best approximation of rotisserie-style chicken at home. For a limited time, new members receive one 30-ounce bone-in tomahawk steak in their first box free. For more info, head to the link in the description.
It's a lot of meat. Babish.
Alright, so once your chicken is fully defrosted, talking 1 to 2 nights in the refrigerator.
I think I still don't know what I'm going to get for Christmas dinner. It doesn't need to be anything traditional, but I've only got the choices of what I can get up there. And I'm thinking I might just get myself a chicken. And get some spuds. Get a sauce to go with it. And that's all I need. Get a nice dessert at the end of it. And get some snacks to start off. Yeah, I think that's all I really need.
4 to 5 hours in an ice water bath. Now we can optionally dry brine the chicken, that is, lightly season it all over with kosher salt and freshly ground.
A full chicken seems a bit much. Maybe just get some chicken fillets. And get some spuds. Yeah, that seems nice.
black pepper, and leave it on a wire rack uncovered in the fridge overnight. This both deeply flavors the chicken and helps to dry out the skin, resulting in a pronouncedly crispier bird. The next day, and with the oven preheated to 400 degrees Fahrenheit, preferably with convection, I'm going to give the chicken a very small rub down in light olive oil until the fat renders out of the skin. This is going to give us a head start on crispness. Now, if you have a weak disposition or if you are a miniature child, I would ask you to leave the room because this beer can's about to go where the sun don't shine. A mostly empty beer can because, contrary to what you might think, the beauty of beer can chicken lies not in the beer, but in the can,
is that?
which props the poultry.
It looks like a Lego font. Flompo? FLOMPOH?
Up at an advantageous angle.
Oh, flower power. Oh, okay.
I'm leaving about 4 ounces of beer in the pint-sized beer can, which I'm also going to supplement with a couple cloves of crushed garlic and a bay leaf, which is going to hopefully steam a little bit of flavor into the chicken from within.
That's clever.
Speaking of within, that's where this beer can's headed. Press down thoroughly to make sure the can is lodged way up in there, and my cookware of choice for this application is actually going to be a 12-inch cast iron pan, and you'll see why. And with that, this entire contraption is headed into the oven, where it's going to get a head start on cooking in the lower center sector of your oven, while we prep our optional vegetables. Now, my intention here was to recreate the rotisserie chickens that I got in Paris. Golden brown, juicy, and served with potatoes roasted in its dripping fat. But why stop at potatoes when we can include all manner of root vegetables? So in addition to some halved miniature Yukons, some peeled and, depending on their size, halved shallots, and a handful of crushed and peeled garlic cloves. And then at the very last minute, I remembered about mushrooms. Maitake, or hen of the woods mushrooms, are kind of having a moment right now.
Oh, they do some kali sauce up there. Oh, I could pick up some of that.
Texture and flavor. So I'm tossing all these vegetables with a conservative drizzle of light olive oil and a liberal sprinkling of kosher
Won't get it
salt.
on Wednesday, but I'll get it on.
Has reached about the 20-minute mark. We're going to remove it from the oven and pour all those vegetables into the nicely preheated cast iron pan. Things might be a little crowded in there, but that's okay for now. This chicken's going to need about another hour to roast, and every 20 minutes we're going to take it out and give things a stir. If timing is on your side, hopefully the chicken and the vegetables will finish cooking at the same time. But if not, don't worry about it. Either element can rest while the other finishes cooking, in my case, the chicken, which works out pretty nicely because the chicken should rest for about 20 minutes at room temperature uncovered, which is going to help it retain moisture once sliced. So I'm popping the poultry off its perch, giving the vegetables a stir and all that chicken fat, and then returning them to their rightful place in the oven. Now from the chicken, I'm going to remove the beer can, which has served its purpose as a pedestal. Unfortunately, you might notice that my drumsticks did not get much color in the oven, so I'm not above doing a little food styling. As I always say, every morning to myself in the mirror, crispy skin by any means necessary. Now once the vegetables are done roasting, you can scoop them out and optionally build a pan sauce / jus out of the fat in the pan. Simply add a tablespoon of flour to the fat over medium heat, allow it to cook for 1 minute before adding a half cup of chicken stock and the remaining strained beer from the roasting can. Let that simmer over medium heat for 3 to 5 minutes until ever just so slightly thickened. Kill the heat and then mount with 2 tablespoons of butter. Whisk constantly until melted, emulsified, and velvety. Then all there is left to do is serve up the ultimate one-pan meal. Jewel vegetables caramelized in chicken fat, topped with my closest approximation to a rotisserie bird at home. Served with a steaming jus if you did your extra credit. From there, you just gotta carve things up as desired, maybe not right on top of the vegetables. There you go, Andy. Your whole table is a carving board. Might as well act like it. Slice, sauce, and serve. And there you have it, an easy, elegant way to get a holiday-ready meal on the table in less than 2 hours. Made even easier by today's sponsor, ButcherBox. With ButcherBox, you can stock your freezer with high quality.
Yeah. Turtles. Turtle. All right. Now let me think. It has to be at least 2 to 3 hours long. Let's start with Warhammer lore. The hell? Oh, I see what was going on there. Oh my god, this keyboard is gonna kill me. Warhammer Fantasy. Drop the campaign. Hell yeah. Now, Now this could be a winner right off the bat. I do love Voldemort. He's awesome. Talked to him once. Well, sent a few messages back and forth. He is the granddaddy of the Warhammer setting. This could work because it's a playlist. It'll just keep playing on its own. The Book of Cloyar. Or the Book of Clore or whatever. Really depends on a few things. The voice acting. Like, is it going to be too jarring so I can't drift off to sleep with it? And obviously I don't have to worry about ads. If this was on my phone, every few minutes I'd get an ad. Music for the soul. That's the Hostel.com ad. Oh my god, Hostel World, I want to strangle your PR department. There's also Abora Prince, the Imperial Ecclesiarchy. But this is more variety. And we watch enough Warhammer 40k stuff on this channel when Warhammer Fantasy, while technically now dead, is also valid. But I want... So... Yeah. Yeah, we'll start with this. And can we switch it around? Shuffle playlist. Then playlist to library. Loop playlist? No. No. Alright, this.
Welcome to a video that has been corrupted by its contents. Anyone may lose oneself in the search of forbidden lore.
Nice.
The champions of chaos are some of the vilest beings in existence. And today...
Okay, now what I'm going to do is... I'm going to... When I... What it's going to do is I'm going to listen to this as I am. And when I get right to the point of going to sleep, we're going to turn the headphones off. And these will keep playing. Or I'll stop. And either way, I suppose if it stops, then you know that I'm too tired even to, in my mind, follow the storyline. Or I could just completely drift off into no man's land and then I'm lost to you all. These headphones will last the sands of time, so maybe they'll survive until morning. For the record, I have I got 9 hours of sleep before this stream overlaps 12 hours and it becomes a nightmare to process. So yeah. Either way, I don't need my keyboard anymore. I'm gonna put this here. You guys won't really see the video. Well, should you guys see the video? For now, you can see the video. I'll debate in my mind whether or not to show the video or just show my... Eventually, you gotta see my camera anyway, so... Once it goes full camera... Well, actually, it's just Warhammer Fantasy stuff, so you want... Yeah, no, fuck it. Fuck it. We're gonna go pure camera. It's all the audio I'm after anyway, so you guys get to experience the same audio I do. Now remember, if the idea of watching me slowly drift off to sleep, occasionally being woken up by, well, a scream, this scream in particular,
This is a test donation for $95.
There, I hit the full health. If that does not appeal to you, that's fair. I'll be back over on Twitch first thing in the morning after I wake up and have a quick shower, change my clothes. I'll be over on Twitch and we'll game for a couple of hours. And then I will head back here, or we'll spend the rest of the day over on Twitch. Over here until eventually it's time for a Sleepy Boy stream. And then I'll go over and I'll start doing the Sleepy Boy stream like today. And then we'll repeat the process on Wednesday. But there's a hitch on Wednesday. Wednesday will be drinking stream. So first of all, I gotta go out and get the booze. Second of all, Trubisky might be joining me later in the evening. And no idea about that. Cool if he does. If not, meh. And finally, if any of you see him, by the way, streaming, remind him to tell me what time he wants to start the drinking at, and when does he want to come on, you know? And finally, the watch party is going to be on the it's going to be on Wednesday over on the Discord. So that's for subscribers for my Twitch only. You want to be a part of that? Then you got to subscribe over on Twitch. And then tell me in the Discord and I will bring you into the watch room. That's it really. You want to help me get that goal a little closer? You guys have been incredibly generous so far. Or you just want to see me suffer throughout the night? Then, as you know, just go down to the doobly-doo and click the dono button. But if you don't, that's cool too. You want to listen to some Warhammer lore until I hit that and just go to sleep? Awesome. Either way, it's been a fun first day. I hope I keep this good high mood energy for the whole thing. I probably won't. I'll eventually grow sick and tired of all things. But that's kind of the point. I want to kind of drain my need to stream out of me so I can just step back and go, okay, I'm going to watch some movies I've been needing to catch up on. I'm going to might go for a walk or two. That'd be kind of good. I need to go on a walk. I haven't gone on a walk in a while. Got a bunch of bottles there I need to get rid of. Christ. Take it up to the bottle bank and just go on a bit of a stroll. And just do something that isn't streaming. Or streaming adjacent. I've still got some books I need to catch up on. Christ. I never finished the sequel to Feral Kingdom. I told Girly I'd do that and just haven't gotten around to it. But yeah, fuck it. Yeah, hell of a blast. And then of course, New Year's is gonna come around, and New Year's, watch the fan meetup pretty damn soon. Anyway, let's get to it.
We will go deep in the exploration of their history and their greatest deeds. Beware as you consume the contents of this episode, as it contains evil knowledge. Knowledge that would break those with a feeble mind.
You're all dead, chat.
Today we will explore some of the most powerful of these characters, and how they have stained the annals of history. We will learn names that resound across the mortal and immortal planes. Names that are feared across all realms. Names like Kugath, Plague Father, Sigvald, the magnificent
Sigvald!
Kolak, Sun Eater, Skarbland, the Demon Prince Azazel, Festus the Leech Lord, Village the Curseling, Valkia the Bloody, and Archaon the Ever-Chosen, the bringer of the apocalypse.
Failure, son, is
This
failure.
video has timestamps embedded in it, so you can skip to your favorite champion of chaos. But before we begin, we want to extend our gratitude to the ones that have joined our Patreon page or our YouTube channel membership, or have supported the channel in any way over the last few weeks. We thank you for watching and enjoying the content. If you want to get your legendary title, you will be more than happy to hear about today's video sponsor. Established Titles is a
Ooh, established titles. Hold on. No, I think just because I think there should still be them on screen. There's a lot of visual stuff going on, and I'd be kind of, you don't be getting half the thing. Eventually, I'll just switch it to main screen, but I'll probably stop the videos anyway, so it makes no real difference.
a fun way
You don't want me to
preserve
show you the
natural
established
woodlands,
titles.
square foot of dedicated
You don't. You'll thank me for it in the future.
The Gerald Prince of Slaanesh.
I love Sigvald.
From birth, Sigvald defied the very laws of the world with his mere existence. Even as a baby, he was angelically magnificent, and his head was already full with golden strands of hair. He was born beautiful beyond reason, but had one small, almost unnoticeable mutation. A horned mark on the back of his neck that surely omened what was to come. His father was a powerful warrior king, a man known for his acts of excess and devotion to carnal desire, and as such, Sigvald was born into a life of
18+++.
unnatural acts and excesses. The king's court fulfilled the prince's every desire, until, even from a young age, he demanded more than what mere mortals could provide him. Sigvald came to even surpass the perversions of his own father. When his fondness for man-flesh was discovered, he was banished, and he left, but only to cover his father in a veil of false safety, which he then used to assassinate the man in his sleep, using his own blade. Then, satisfied with his depraved acts,
Pretty
he
boy.
left for the Chaos Wastes, declaring that a man such as him was destined for glorious things, things far greater than whatever the mortals could offer him. And indeed, he thrived in his travels to the Chaos
Sigvald, Sigvald, at last
So
you're on your
handsome was he
own.
that even beasts stopped to gaze upon his glorious image. Trolls, wolves, men and demons alike. And soon enough, he devoted himself to Slaanesh, the god of pleasure and excess.
Well, duh.
Hundreds
He wasn't gonna
of
go
winters
Nurgle, was
later, he walks at the head of an army of almost equally beautiful followers. For the prince slaughters all of those who he thinks ugly, annoying, or simply unworthy of breathing the same air as him. And with a swift flick of his rapier, named Silver Slash, that was forged from a small sliver of Slaaneish's own blade. He fells enemies twice, thrice even, his size. With such an elegance to his moves that it truly seems like an awe-inspiring, artistic performance of death. His plated suit, the auric armor, was granted to him by Slaanesh themselves, made from ensorcelled pure gold, with intricate patterns and engravings, all crafted to perfection. It pulses with tendrils of dark energies that tenderly caress Sigvald's skin, closing any wounds with a soft and lustful kiss. The auric armor is baroque in its lustful design, shining with gilded glow, even in the
Only
most
the books
terrible
get
of battles.
really detailed on how fucked up
His
Slaanesh
boots
gets.
are of the most beautiful craftsmanship.
It's always just
They glide
hinted at in the
1 inch
games and
off
the
ground,
comics and stuff
so
like that.
Sigvald may never be tainted by mud, blood,
Looks like sleepy
or
time.
any other
It's
filthy
starting to become
elements
sleepy
that the
time,
world
but it's not there
is
yet.
full of.
We're
golden
warhammering,
hair
lowering it up
is
as I drift
impeccable.
off to sleep.
Long, thick, and blonde. It matters not what atrocities the prince commits. His hair does not seem to stay, and his locks are ever flowing.
Maybe he's
gracefully
born
in
with
the
it. Maybe it's
like a golden
Slaanesh lean.
The very air around him is perfumed to an extreme. Only the most devoted of Slaanesh's servants may truly appreciate. For intruders, this air is tempting at first, but quickly becomes intoxicating. The ground itself bows to Sigvald as he advances, the land reshaping itself to allow the prince to pass, so that his gait does not alter itself from its glorious and elegant ways. Every single one of his bodyguards, almost as beautiful as himself, carry a mirrored shield, so that the prince may look at his amazing visage on the battlefield and whisper
Practical.
sweet things to himself. Only the goddess knows what he says in those moments of pure, unadulterated ecstasy. The followers of Slaanesh are decadent in the extreme and revel in their own outrageousness. Many of them wear garish colors, delicate clothing and flowing robes, offset with leather or fur.
Wonder if they'll tell her how he dies.
Adorned with fine gold or silver chains. The ones who are favored by their god are often given mutations and mighty skills to excel on the battlefield.
Metal.
They find the act of murder a delicious treat that must be cherished. Resembling a macabre dance, the warriors of Slaanesh perform on the battlefield with flawless grace. The more effective the killing blow, the more pleasure these twisted warriors feel in the core of their being. The more pain they can inflict upon their foes, the sweeter the reward granted by their patron god.
Those who bear the mark of Slaanesh have experienced sensations beyond comprehension, and are now insensible to mere mortal fears. Who would resist taking such a glorious gift from she who thirsts? Who could possibly resist the sweetest of temptations?
Ah, my loyal minions. Over the way stands something I want. It is only right I take it from him. And if you, my serfs, die in agony during the attempt, then know that I'll feel your pain. Why, I will relish it!
As we fought these abominable warriors, we could see the twisted features in their faces, and the modifications they had made.
This
upon
might
their own
actually
bodies.
not help with my
They
sleep.
screamed with pleasure when
There's
they
too
took
many
us down.
voices all at the same time.
The dreaded sound.
It's fucking awesome, but let's see what else there is. I kind of need just like one voice, not Arch. He's not a great voice actor, the Lore Master of Sotek. Book of Floyer. Voldemort. Did we go Voldemort? No. Your boy. Water Prince. There's always audiobooks, as in like I could listen to an audiobook and drift off to sleep. It's just that like the big lore videos I listen to normally, they're all kind of done. Like we've gone through them all. We went through all of the Fallout storyteller lore on a previous Sleepy Boy stream. I've got it. I know exactly what we can listen to. And it's not even lore, it's instead in-game lore. Mass Effect. All codex entries. There it is. Mass Effect 3 Complete Codex. Mass Effect 1 Complete Codex. Mass Effect 2 Complete Codex. See what I mean? ASMR Mass Effect Codex lore. See, even they knew. They even fucking knew. Is there like a playlist that just adds them all, you know? That'd be kind of cool. That's the original base game. That's probably the remaster.
Species to discover the Citadel. When the Solarians arrived, it was
Hell
the Asari
yeah.
who proposed the establishment of the Citadel Council to maintain peace throughout the galaxy.
But this one will have all them anyway, and some extra stuff.
The Asari were the first species to discover the Citadel. When the Solarians arrived, it was the Asari who
Now this one, I can have the camera on.
Council to maintain peace throughout the
How I
galaxy.
can get some sleep.
Since then, the Asari have served
He's
as
for an hour.
creators and senators of the council.
Take the headphones off.
Female race, the Asari reproduce through a form of parthenogenesis. Each Asari can attune her nervous system to that of another individual of any gender and of any species to reproduce. This capability has led to unseemly and inaccurate rumors about Asari promiscuity.
Bullshit,
Asari
they're all
can live
sluts.
for over 1,000 years.
That's my
passing through
headcanon,
3
and I'm
stages
sticking
of
with it.
life. In the maiden stage, they wander restlessly, seeking new knowledge and experience. When the matron stage begins, they meld with interesting partners to produce their offspring.
Meld.
This ends when they reach the matriarch stage, where they assume the roles of leaders and counselors. The second species to join the Citadel, the Solarians, are warm-blooded amphibians with a hyperactive metabolism. Solarians think fast, talk fast, and move fast. To Solarians, other species seem sluggish and dull-witted. Unfortunately, their metabolic speed leaves them with a relatively short lifespan. Solarians over the age of 40 are a rarity. The Solarians were responsible for advancing the development of the
Dragon
primitive
Age
Krogan
needs one of
species
these.
to use as soldiers during the
Narrated.
Rachni Wars. They were also behind the creation of the genophage bioweapon the Turians used to quell the Krogan rebellions several centuries later. Solarians are known for their observational capability and non-linear thinking. This manifests as an aptitude for research and espionage. They are constantly experimenting and inventing, and it is generally accepted that they always know more than they're letting on. Roughly 1,200 years ago, the Turians were invited to join the Citadel Council to fulfill the role of galactic peacekeepers. The Turians have the largest fleet in Citadel space, and they make up the single largest portion of the Council's military forces. As their territory and influence has spread, the Turians have come to rely on the Solarians for military intelligence and the Asari for diplomacy. Despite a somewhat colonial attitude towards the rest of the galaxy, the ruling hierarchy understands they would lose more than they would gain if the other two races were ever removed. Turians come from an autocratic society that values discipline and possesses a strong sense of personal and collective honor. There is lingering animosity between Turians and humans over the First Contact War of 2157, which is known as the Relay 314 incident to the Turians. Officially, however, the two species are allies, and they enjoy civil, if cool, diplomatic relations. 50,000 years ago, the Protheans were the only spacefaring species in the galaxy. They vanished in a swift galactic extinction. Only the legacy of their empire remains. They are believed to have built the mass relays and the Citadel, which have allowed numerous species to explore and expand throughout the galaxy. Prothean ruins are found on worlds across the galaxy. While surprisingly intact for their age, functioning examples of Prothean paleotechnology are rare. Time and generations of looters have picked their dead cities and derelict stations clean. Some believe the Protheans meddled in the evolution of younger races. The Hanar homeworld of Khaje, for example, shows clear evidence of former Prothean occupation. The presence of a former Prothean observation post on Mars has caused a rebirth of interventionary evolutionists among humans. These individuals believe the god myths of ancient civilizations are misremembered encounters with aliens. In the early 2160s, the Alliance began aggressive colonization of worlds in the Skyllian Verge, much to the dismay of the Batarians, who had been developing the region for several decades. In 2171, the Batarians petitioned the Council to declare the Verge a zone of Batarian interest. The Council refused, however, declaring unsettled worlds in the region open to human colonization. In protest, the Batarians closed their Citadel embassy and severed official diplomatic relations with the Council, effectively becoming a rogue state. They instigated a proxy war in the Verge by funneling money and weapons to criminal organizations, urging them to strike at human colonies. Hostilities peaked with the Skyllian Blitz of 2176, an attack on the human capital of Elysium by Batarian-funded pirates and slavers. In 2178, the Alliance retaliated with a crushing assault on the moon of Torfan, long used as a staging base by Batarian-backed criminals. In the aftermath, the Batarians retreated into their own systems and are now rarely seen in Citadel space. 2 centuries ago, the Hanar helped 375,000 members of the Drell race migrate to the Hanar homeworld Khaje to escape the environmental extermination that had claimed the remaining 11 billion Drell. Nearly all Drell demonstrate tremendous loyalty to their famously reclusive saviors. The intimacy of their relationship, expressed in a formal socio-political alliance called the Compact, also results in extremely close personal relations, in which some Drell actually learn Hanar soul names. While most Drell reside on Khaje, some assist Hanar off-world as envoys, researchers, co-investors, wayfarers, assassins, or otherwise, eager to help their saviors. For a century, galactic wisdom has held that behind any high-ranking Hanar hides a resourceful and fanatically devoted Drell. The omnivorous reptilian Drell possess an average lifespan of 85 galactic standard years. Having evolved on an arid planet, Drell faced serious illness on the Hanar homeworld, especially Keprel's syndrome, a fatal bacterial lung disease. The Elcor are a citadel species native to the high-gravity world Dakuna. They are massive creatures standing on 4 muscular legs for increased stability. Elcor move slowly, an evolved response to an environment where a fall can be lethal. This has colored their psychology, making them deliberate and conservative. Elcor's speech is ponderous and monotone. Among themselves, scent, slight movements, and sub-vocalized infrasound convey shades of meaning that make a human smile seem as subtle as a fireworks display. Since their subtlety can lead to misunderstandings with other species, the Elcor often go out of their way to clarify when they are being sarcastic, amused, or angry. Dakuna's high gravity impedes mountain formation. Most of the world consists of flat, open plains, which prehistoric Elcor wandered across in small family bands. Modern Elcor still prefer open sky and can become restless and uncomfortable on long starship journeys. The Geth are a humanoid race of networked AIs. They were created by the Quarians 300 years ago as tools of labor and war. When the Geth showed signs of self-evolution, the Quarians attempted to exterminate them. The Geth won the resulting war. This example has led to legal, systematic repression of artificial intelligences in galactic society. The Geth possess a unique distributed intelligence. An individual has rudimentary animal instincts, but as their numbers and proximity increase, the apparent intelligence of each individual improves. In groups, they can reason, analyze situations, and use tactics as well as any organic race. Geth space is located at the trailing end of the Perseus Arm, beyond the lawless Terminus systems. The Perseus Veil, an obscuring dark nebula of opaque gas and dust, lies between their space and the Terminus systems. The Hanar are a citadel species known for excessive politeness. They speak with scrupulous precision and take offense at improper language. Hanar that expect to deal with other species take special courses to help them unlearn their tendency to take offense at improper speech. All Hanar have 2 names. The face name is known to the world. The soul name is kept for use among close friends and relations. Hanar never refer to themselves in the first person in conversation with someone they know on a face name basis. To do so is considered egotistical, so instead they refer to themselves as this one, or the impersonal it. Their homeworld, Kage, has 90% ocean cover and orbits an energetic white star, resulting in a permanent blanket of clouds. Due to the presence of Prothean ruins on the world, many Hanar worship them, and Hanar myths often speak of an elder race that civilized them by teaching them language. When the Asari discovered the Citadel, they also discovered the Keepers, a docile, multi-limbed insect race that seemingly exists only to maintain and repair the great Prothean station. Early attempts to communicate with or study the Keepers were failures, and it is now illegal to interfere with or impede Keeper activity. Because they are completely non-threatening, Keepers have become virtually invisible to everyone else. Similarly, they seem indifferent to other species, except for their tendency to help new arrivals integrate themselves into the Citadel. No matter how many Keepers die due to old age, violence, or accident, they maintain a constant number. No one has discovered the source of new Keepers, but some hypothesize they are genetic constructs, biological androids created somewhere deep in the inaccessible core of the Citadel itself. The Krogan evolved in a hostile and vicious environment. Until the invention of gunpowder weapons, eaten by predators was still the #1 cause of Krogan fatalities. Afterwards, it was death by gunshot. When the Solarians discovered them, the Krogan were a brutal, primitive species struggling to survive a self-inflicted nuclear winter. The Solarians culturally uplifted them, teaching them to use and build modern technology so they could serve as soldiers in the Rachni War. Liberated from the harsh conditions of their homeworld, the quick-breeding Krogan experienced an unprecedented population explosion. They began to colonize nearby worlds, even though these worlds were already inhabited. The Krogan rebellions lasted nearly a century, only ending when the Turians unleashed the Genophage, a Solarian-developed bioweapon that crushed all Krogan resistance. The Genophage makes only 1 in 1,000 pregnancies viable, and today the Krogan are a slowly dying breed. Understandably, the Krogan harbor a grudge against all other species, especially the Turians. Driven from their home system by the Geth nearly 3 centuries ago, most Quarians now live aboard the Migrant Fleet, a flotilla of 50,000 vessels ranging in size from passenger shuttles to mobile space stations. Home to 17 million Quarians, the flotilla understandably has scarce resources. Because of this, each Quarian must go on a rite of passage known as the Pilgrimage when they come of age. They leave the fleet and only return once they have found something of value they can bring back to their people. Other species tend to look down on the Quarians for creating the Geth and for the negative impact their fleet has when it enters a system. This has led to many myths and rumors about the Quarians, including the belief that underneath their clothes and breathing masks, they are actually cybernetic creatures, a combination of organic and synthetic parts. The Volus are a member species of the Citadel with their own embassy, but they are also a client race of the Turians. Centuries ago, they were voluntarily absorbed into the hierarchy, effectively trading their mercantile prowess for Turian military protection. Irun, their home world, lies far beyond the normal life zone of its star. However, the world has a high-pressure greenhouse atmosphere that traps enough heat to support an ammonia-based biochemistry. As a result, the Volus must wear pressure suits and breathers when dealing with other species, as conventional nitrogen-oxygen air mixtures are poisonous to them, and in the low-pressure atmospheres tolerable to most species, their flesh will actually split open. Volus culture is tribal, bartering lands and even people to gain status. This culture of exchange inclines them to economic pursuits. It was the Volus who authorized the Unified Banking Act, and they continue to monitor and balance the Citadel economy. Thresher maws are subterranean carnivores that spend their entire lives eating or searching for something to eat. Threshers reproduce via spores that can lie dormant for millennia, yet are robust enough to survive prolonged periods in deep space and atmospheric re-entry. As a result, thresher spores appear on many worlds, spread by previous generations of space travelers. The body of a thresher never entirely leaves the ground. Only the head and tentacles erupt from the earth to attack. In addition to physical attacks, threshers have the ability to project toxic chemicals and emit bursts of infrasound as a shockwave weapon. The Alliance first encountered threshers on the colony of Akuz in 2177. After contact was lost with the Pioneer team, Marine units were deployed to investigate. The shore parties were set upon by hungry threshers, and nearly the entire assault force was killed. Alliance forces recommend engaging threshers with vehicle-mounted heavy weapons. The Citadel is an ancient deep space station presumably constructed by the Protheans. Since the Prothean extinction, numerous species have come to call the Citadel home. It serves as the political, cultural, and financial capital of the galactic community. To represent their interests, most species maintain embassies on the Presidium, the Citadel's inner ring. The Citadel Tower in the center of the Presidium holds the Citadel Council chambers. Council affairs often have far-reaching effects on the rest of the galactic community. 5 arms, known as the Wards, extend from the Presidium. Their inner surfaces have been built into cities, populated by millions of inhabitants from across the galaxy. The Citadel is virtually indestructible. If attacked, the station can close its arms to form a solid, impregnable shell. For as long as the station has existed, an enigmatic race called the Keepers has maintained it. Spectres are agents from the Office of Special Tactics and Reconnaissance and answer only to the Citadel Council. They are elite military operatives, granted the authority to deal with threats to peace and stability in whatever way they deem necessary. They operate independently or in groups of 2 or 3. Some are empathetic peacekeepers resolving disputes through diplomacy. Others are cold-blooded assassins, ruthlessly dispatching problem individuals. All get the job done one way or another, often operating outside the bounds of galactic law. The Spectres were founded after the Solarians joined the Council. For many years they operated in secrecy as backroom problem solvers. Only after the Krogan rebellions did their activities become publicized. Assignment of a Spectre is less contentious than a military deployment, but makes it clear that the Council is concerned about a situation. When humanity won a position on the Council for its part in defending the Citadel, the Alliance chose Captain David Anderson for the position. Udina became his advisor. Anderson eventually quit over frustrations with Council politics, and the Alliance named Udina to the office. Earth, the home world and capital of humanity, was enjoying a new golden age before the Reapers attacked. Disease, pollution, and other social ills were on the decline, thanks to technological advances and a wealth of resources from the colonies. Earth was an inspiration even to alien cultures, resulting in influence out of proportion with humanity's brief time on the galactic stage. The Reaper attack has put an end to any semblance of this former life. The great cities of Earth are storehouses of human DNA for the Reapers to harvest. Reaper gunships, capable of megaton-scale firepower, annihilated industrial centers in seconds. The militaries of Earth's disparate nation-states have retained only partial communication with the system's alliance fleets, leaving the planet's resistance efforts uncoordinated and vulnerable. The loss of the ComBuI network has cut off Earth's economy from the rest of the galaxy, sending shockwaves across galactic markets and a significant obstacle to receiving aid. A political economic pact for collective colonial security, the Alliance is the central galactic institution of human society. The Alliance gained associate membership to the Citadel Council in 2165 and full membership in 2183, with Ambassador David Anderson representing humanity. Human political-economic relationships vary between combative and lucrative. The Turians, who'd fought humans during the 2157 First Contact War, have become valuable trade partners, despite residual social hostility. Other relationships are even more complicated. The rapid rise of human political influence on the Council, achieving in decades what others waited or are still waiting centuries to acquire, has galvanized suspicion and resentment against humanity. That negativity is vastly outweighed by the respect and trust humanity earned by saving the Council during the 2183 attack on the Citadel, at the cost of Alliance cruisers Cairo, Cape Town, Emden, Jakarta, Madrid, Seoul, Shenyang, and Warsaw, and their 2,400 crew. The Systems Alliance is an independent supranational government representing the interests of humanity as a whole. The Alliance is responsible for the governance and defense of all extrasolar colonies and stations. The Alliance grew out of the various national space programs as a matter of practicality. Sol's planets had been explored and exploited through piecemeal national efforts. The expense of colonizing entire new solar systems could not be met by any one country. With humans knowing that alien contact was inevitable, there was enough political will to jointly fund an international effort. Still, the Alliance was often disregarded by those on Earth until the First Contact War. While the national governments dithered and bickered over who should lead the effort to liberate Shanxi, the Alliance fleet struck decisively. Post-war public approval gave the Alliance the credibility to establish its own parliament and become the galactic face of humanity. Admiral Stephen Hackett is a decorated officer in the Systems Alliance, currently assigned to Arcturus Station on the far side of the Sol Relay. In the battle for the Citadel, Admiral Hackett commanded the 5th Fleet. Following that victory, he was promoted to head of the Alliance military. Hackett was born to a single mother in Buenos Aires in 2134. When his mother died in the pandemic of 2146, he was placed in the Advanced Training Academy for Juveniles, where his superior talents in science and leadership quickly became evident. In 2152.
Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door.
Oath the Raven. Thank you for the donation. I wanted a way of waking up quickly, and that's gonna do it. And for as little as low as $1, you fuckers can have your show. Joke's on you though. I was playing ups and downs with my my internal brain to continue listening and going to sleep. Well, I need to pee, which I think you helped push that along a little bit. So I'm gonna pee, then I'm going to calm my tits listening to more Mass Effect. And once those tits are calmed, there won't be any more Mass Effect. Though there will still be you fuckers doing that. Nip. Nip. She's got a set of lungs on her, doesn't she? There's another version that sounds like basically someone getting ripped apart by a chainsaw. Oh. He. Oh man. Bedding's coming loose. Again. Stupid bed with its ability to not do what I say, even though you're super comfy. God, my room's so big. Wait to put it next year. Try it again. This time, gusto. Can never hear that word right, because I read a hentai once that had it. That's to say, it was really weirdly translated. Now, whenever I think of the word gusto, I think of that. Now begins the sexual relationship with gusto. And yeah, the blinking light is the headphones. Blink, blink. Can you see them? There it is. Blap, 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 blap. When it's charged, it's red. And I think when the battery is low, it blinks red. Because I think that's what happens. Anyway. Let's listen to a little bit more Mass Effect so I can calm my tiats, and then off I go.
(2156), and soon proved his ability in the First Contact War. His rare ascent from enlisted man to admiral remains an Alliance legend.
It's all an illusion.
Admiral David Edward Anderson is a career military officer in the Systems Alliance Navy. Born in London in 2137, He later moved to Arcturus Station and became the first graduate of the Alliance's now renowned N7 Marine program. Anderson is one of the Alliance's most decorated Special Forces operatives and served with honor during the First Contact War. He was the original captain of the SSV Normandy before relinquishing command to his XO, Commander Shepard. After the Alliance victory in the Battle of the Citadel, Anderson briefly served as the Citadel's first human counselor. He soon became embroiled in a Cerberus plot to abduct his friend Kaylee Sanders, however, and learned that he was unable to live a life without action. He stepped down as counselor and returned to the military to prepare for the Reaper invasion. The Alliance Parliament named Donald Udina as his successor. Lieutenant Commander Ashley Williams is a career military officer with the Systems Alliance. Born in 2158 to a military family, Williams enlisted directly out of high school, splitting time between Earth and hostile environment training on Titan. After earning numerous commendations early in her career, Williams became a platoon guide on Eden Prime, where she was the only member of her unit to survive the Geth attack. Williams then served as gunnery chief under Commander Shepard on the SSV Normandy and was promoted to lieutenant commander after the Battle of the Citadel. More recently, an Alliance tribunal called on Williams to testify about her experience with the Reapers. Dr. Liara Tassoni is an Asari information broker with a background in scientific research on Prothean technology. Born on Thessia in 2077, she is the only child of the late matriarch Benezia. Although mother and daughter became estranged in the years before Benezia was indoctrinated by the Reaper known as Sovereign. Tassoni is also a highly trained biotic who served under Commander Shepard aboard the SSV Normandy before the ship was destroyed in a collector attack. Before she became involved in galactic affairs, Dr. Tassoni spent 50 years researching the Protheans' technology and the mystery of their extinction. She now divides her time between uncovering Prothean ruins and consulting with noteworthy representatives of the various Citadel races. The Enhanced Defense Intelligence, or EDI, serves as an information source and cyber warfare defense system on the rebuilt Normandy SR-2. The ship's crew can access EDI at any terminal or through radio contact. During an attack from a collector vessel, pilot Jeff Joker Moreau gave EDI full access to the Normandy systems, allowing the ship to escape. Although EDI retains the control that Moreau gave her, she is usually content to advise the organic crew members who fly and maintain the ship. Garrus Vakarian is a noted Turian sharpshooter and combat engineer. He was born on Palaven and became a Citadel security officer like his father, but left the force when superiors shut down his investigation into the rogue Spectre Saren Arterius. Vakarian eventually discovered that Saren had been indoctrinated by the Reaper known as Sovereign. Vakarian eventually found his way to the criminal haven of Omega and assumed the name Archangel. There, he and a small group of operatives worked to disrupt the settlement's powerful mercenary groups until Shepard recruited him. The Turian narrowly survived the Second Normandy's attack on the Collectors. More recently, Vakarian has become the head of a Turian task force focused on preparing for the Reaper invasion. Tali Zora, a Quarian machinist, was born in 2161 on the live ship Raya. During her pilgrimage, a rite of passage in which Quarians proved their worth to the fleet, she recovered a Geth memory core that proved a rogue Spectre, Saren Arterius, was working with the Geth. As a consequence, Tali Zora became a crew member of the SSV Normandy, where she served under Commander Shepard during the Battle of the Citadel. Tali Zora returned to the migrant fleet following the destruction of the First Normandy. Soon after, the Admiralty Board sent her to the former Quarian colony of Haestrom to recover data on the planet's dying sun. Most of her team was killed when they fell under attack from the Geth, but Tali Zora herself was narrowly rescued by Shepard and the crew of the rebuilt Normandy. The Quarian rejoined Shepard to help oppose the Collector threat, but her current whereabouts are unknown. Dr. Morden Solis is a master geneticist and former operative for the Solarian Special Tasks Group. Dr. Solis is well known for his work in perpetuating the genophage, a biological weapon that almost completely sterilized the Krogan species. He eventually left the STG to open a clinic on Omega, where his combat skills kept the clinic safe and operational amid Omega's lawless society. In 2185, Commander Shepard recruited Dr. Solas to research the Collectors and the Reapers. He was a member of the Normandy crew that traveled beyond the Omega-4 relay to attack the Collectors. He survived the mission, but his current whereabouts are unknown. Jacob Taylor is a human biotic and was once a Cerberus operative working under Miranda Lawson. Born in 2157, he began his career as a Systems Alliance Marine and served as a member of the Corsairs, an arm's-length program for operatives working outside of Alliance jurisdiction. Taylor survived the Geth attack on Eden Prime, but left the Alliance afterwards because of what he perceived as unresponsiveness in the face of aggression. While working for Cerberus, Taylor thwarted a plot by Batarian terrorists to unleash a bioweapon on the Citadel. Soon after, he was assigned to Project Lazarus, the Cerberus effort to reconstruct Commander Shepard and the Normandy stealth frigate. Following the project's completion, Taylor accompanied Shepard through the Omega-4 relay to destroy the Collectors. He survived that mission and has since left Cerberus, although his current whereabouts and affiliations are unknown. Flight Lieutenant Jeff Joker Moreau is a respected pilot with the Alliance Navy. Born and raised on Arcturus Station, he is widely considered to be the best helmsman in the Systems Alliance. Moreau enlisted with the Navy directly out of school and quickly gained the respect of his superiors. He served as pilot of both the Normandy SR-1 and its successor, the SR-2, and was at their respective helms during the Battle of the Citadel and the assault on the Collectors. Moreau suffers from Vrolik syndrome, a rare debilitating disorder also known as brittle bone disease. Miranda Lawson is a high-ranking former Cerberus operative and a human biotic. Lawson headed Project Lazarus, the Cerberus operation that brought Commander Shepard back from the brink of death after the first Normandy was destroyed. Lawson is herself an example of the achievements possible through genetic engineering. She was created in 2150 through manipulation of her father's DNA. Her entire physical and mental composition was deliberately engineered, including a longer lifespan and a superior immune system. Lawson accompanied Commander Shepard on the maiden voyage of the Normandy SR-2 and was part of the crew responsible for the defeat of the Collectors. She has since left Cerberus. Her current whereabouts are unknown. Dr. Karen Chakwas is a trauma surgeon and a major in the Alliance Navy. She served on the SSV Normandy under both Captain Anderson and Commander Shepard, and was aboard the ship when it was destroyed by the Collectors. She later quit the Alliance in order to rejoin Shepard on the Cerberus-built Normandy SR-2. Along with most of the Second Normandy's crew, Dr. Chakwas was kidnapped by the Collectors and taken beyond the Omega-4 relay, where Commander Shepard eventually rescued her. After the Alliance impounded the Normandy SR-2, an inquiry found that Dr. Chakwas had no significant role in or provable knowledge of Cerberus's criminal activities. She has since rejoined the Alliance. In recent years, the pro-human syndicate known as Cerberus has seen its influence grow galaxy-wide. The largely untraceable organization now includes private intelligence agencies, biotics laboratories, research facilities, and the lucrative corporations that provide a front for it all. Cerberus's charismatic leader, known only as the Elusive Man, drives the organization's philosophy and interests. The level of secrecy he maintains puts professional intelligence agencies to shame. As Cerberus grows, so too does public distrust of the organization. Some commentators have remarked that Cerberus is not so much pro-human as it is anti-alien. Others question the blind loyalty of its employees. The Elusive Man is a human loyalist focused on advancing the interests of his species, whatever the cost to non-humans and reportedly humans. The Citadel Council regards him as a fanatic who poses a serious threat to galactic security. The Reclusive Tycoon is the head of Cerberus, an organization that furthers his pro-human agenda throughout the galaxy. His views have led him into questionable alliances. Recent rumors go so far as to suggest that the elusive man may even have allied with the Reapers. Jelix, the second planet in the Arai system, is a marginally habitable world of mountains and ice. The planet was turned into a human penal colony upon its discovery in 2161. But its prison shut in 2179 after racking up the worst safety records in the system's alliance. Lawsuits are still in the courts. Shortly after the closure of the prisons, a handful of intergalactic corporations moved in to set up mines, supply depots, and other facilities on the planet. The John Grissom Academy, founded in 2176, is the Alliance's premier school for young human biotics. The institution is housed in a space station in orbit over the human colony of Elysium. Its main program, the Ascension Project, is designed both to train and monitor young biotics, as well as help them integrate into society after graduation. Unlike the project's previous incarnation, Biotic Acclimation and Temperance Training, or BAT, the training is not exclusively military in nature. The Academy also employs scientific personnel, including Dr. Kaylee Sanders, to develop synthetic intelligence systems and biotic amplifiers like the new L4 implants. An unremarkable world located far from regularly traveled trade routes, Lessus is inhabited only by a small Asari colony. The main feature is a monastery that houses a large population of Asari with active or latent Ardot Yakshi genes, a disorder that causes the death of anyone who mates with the afflicted Asari. Although some of the colonists exiled themselves voluntarily, many were sent to Lessus by their families to protect society from their deadly potential. The monastery emphasizes individual sacrifice for the good of the community. Latent Ardot Yakshi, as well as active sufferers who show that they can control their condition, may be offered a chance to reintegrate into Asari society after spending sufficient time on Lessus. Active Ardot Yakshi whose psychological profiles show capacity for neither empathy nor re-education are confined to the monastery for life. The planet Rannoch, an arid planet orbiting an older star in the Tikkun system, is the former Quarian home world. Almost 300 years ago, the Quarians were driven from Rannoch by the Geth, synthetic servants who gained sapience and rebelled against their creators. Although Rannoch is now largely uninhabited, the Geth have acted as caretakers, working to repair the planet's ecology, restore ancient structures, and cultivate some farmland. Rannoch has no insect life. As a result, its pollinating plants evolved to rely on animals for propagation. This symbiosis between flora and fauna is responsible for the Quarians' weakened immune systems, which made colonization of other planets extremely difficult after their exile from Rannoch. For many Quarians, reclaiming their home world from the Geth is a matter of both cultural and physiological necessity. Alternating between large oceans and land masses covered in flora, the Solarian homeworld Surkesh is known for its humid climate and lush vegetation. As with the rainforests that once covered Earth, the planet's many forests enjoy a rich biodiversity. The Solarian desire for intellectual stimulation drove them long ago to explore every aspect of their environment, developing ways to thrive without consequences detrimental to their habitat. The areas near major cities and industrial centers are meticulously maintained, with an eye towards ensuring that sunlight penetrates to the ground level, and that established paths through the jungle are kept clear for travel. Burngrass, a soil-enriching and adaptable weed native to Surkesh, has become a major export because of its value for terraforming. The Asari homeworld, Thessia, is the core of the largest economy in the Milky Way. The planet's reserves of Element Zero are so vast that they affect its price galaxy-wide. Because life on Thessia evolved in an EZO-rich environment, the world is home to a wealth of both biotically active and EZO-resistant species. Travel to the planet is strictly controlled, but smuggling remains an issue. Thessia is host to varying republics instead of a single government, and although each maintains a formidable military, it is notable for having long been free of internal or external wars. The Asari are renowned for their cultural and political dominance, and they excel in ambassadorial ventures. They have a strong presence in Citadel politics and galactic policy. However, it is the unfocused political structure of their homeworld that has left the Thessians unprepared for the current conflict. Tuchanka, the Krogan homeworld, boasts extreme temperatures, virulent diseases, and predatory fauna. Around 1900 BCE, the Krogan discovered atomic weapons and promptly sent their planet into a nuclear winter. The majority of the population retreated to underground bunkers, and Krogan culture slipped into a dark age, dominated by tribal clans. In 80 CE, decades into the Rachni Wars, the Solarian Union made first contact with the primitive Krogan and initiated a cultural uplift to shape them into a modern army capable of confronting the Rachni. During this uplift, the Solarians constructed the Shroud facility on Tuchanka to shield the planet from harmful forms of solar radiation. Later, during the Krogan rebellions, reproductive rates were curtailed by the genophage, ensuring the Krogan remained a species in decline and Tuchanka a desolate wasteland. Cerberus built the Normandy SR-2 as a second-generation version of the Alliance frigate SSV Normandy after the Collectors destroyed the original. The SR-2's many alterations produced a craft nearly double the original size, requiring an even larger Tantalus drive core to compensate. Its state-of-the-art Kodiak shuttle can make landings the original Normandy could not attempt. The Enhanced Defense Intelligence, an AI known colloquially as EDI, coordinates many of the ship's combat functions, assisting and even...
I've hit my wall. I'll keep the headphones close by. Here, so I don't crush them in my sleep. Loud. I'll hear it, don't you worry. Yep, I'm gonna hear it. I'm going. I'll put the mic right. You don't have voice over.
I kind of wake. I think I set my alarm for too late. Luckily, I'm so paranoid I woke up on the hour. I had a lot of sex dreams. Way more than normal. Christ. Of all the times to do it. My mouth is so dry. Was I snoring like crazy? I gotta look back over the footage. Shout out if anyone's still in the room. Glad to see the chat was still busy. Quib, you lied. There was only one donor. I appreciate it. Restful enough. And the hot water bottle's still kind of lukewarm. I'm going to be doing basically this for the next week. Christ. In a little bit I'll get up, end the stream, and put on the Warner, have breakfast, hop into the shower, change my clothes, brush my teeth. Yes, I brush my teeth after I've eaten my breakfast, because what's the point to do otherwise? Then Twitch, and we start gaming. Then if we're gaming around about kill for a cup of coffee right now. I could rush up to the shop and use the rest of my money to get like a Americano, like a euro something. But I could wait till tomorrow and get a fully stocked kitchen for the rest of the year, so it's not a big deal. I think we'll play some Fallout. That save is still there. I'll do the rollback to a previous version for Crusader Kings. Remember, we're still trying to beat Fallout. And then, if I'm feeling it, either Doom 3 or more Assassin's Creed. I'm guessing if we're starting at, what time is it now? 6, going on 7. 6. I'm guessing if we are 7. Yeah. I won't be offline for very long. 20 or so minutes. Maybe half hour at the most, but I don't think so. Apparently you guys could see me. Did I see it all? Not tonight. Comfy. Very comfy. Well, I clearly wasn't. Was I snoring? Probably didn't get into REM sleep enough to snore. Was I talking in my sleep? Was I farting up a storm?
It's virtually indestructible.
No Mass
If attacked,
Effect. Me being quiet as fuck. Also look and see, am I gonna pitch a giant tent? But even if I was, I couldn't see, it's so dark. Yeah. Yeah.
the Arise system.
Some people get really freaked out. I don't. I'll move the TV closer tonight, so there'll be more light on my face so you can see me more detailed. There's not much else I can do. I could use the ring light I've got. But yeah. Plenty of subs anyway. No subs, plenty of likes. Not bad for a channel where I'm stealing other people's content and then sleeping while listening to it. I can't believe we're already so close to the goal. That's insane. 66, baby. Mark of the Beast. Mr. Beast. Yeah, and if you've seen me previous in the year, you can see the difference in terms of light and dark. We are deep, deep in winter right now. Winter isn't just coming. We are balls deep in it. We are deep pulsating cream snow drift, if you will. Right. The fuck was that? Oh, it's this. They're just moving the bed or something. Weird watching yourself sleep. Because it's your body, but you don't occasionally do things that you remember doing. Like, I've had partners tell me things like I laugh in my sleep or whatever, but I'm not seeing it. As I've gotten older, I do shift off and on my back more. That's to do with my butt. That's to do well with my back not being as good as it was. But the thing is, I still like, I'm aware of that. Alright. Let's have a look at the world, see if anybody famous died, if... Nurse to begin second day of strikes. Yes, to listen. To risk future... True. Well, obviously he wasn't convicted. He wasn't going to get away, was he? If the evidence was circumstantial, he'd be in the spotlight way more. That would be annoying as fuck. I'm not flying with British Airways, thank Christ. King Charles money. There'll be a weird time when there'll be King Charles notes, and then there'll be increasingly less of the Queen ones, but they'll be still being used. Oh yeah, 97. And a specials frontman. Terry Hall dies. Trump should face criminal charges. Yep. Now let's have a look at the Irish news. Get a little closer to my home. House committee recommends Trump faces charges. That's not Irish, is it? Weinstein. Energy price hike drives customers to switch providers. Yep. 2 jailed in life over murder of Dublin businessman. ERSI, pros and cons of universal basic income. Well, I've been on a UBI for most of my life, so... True. There's a stigma of being on the dole. There's a stigma of being on DA. That's not true. And if it is to be a small number, if that was the case, everyone would just drop out and just be on dole. That makes no sense. Most people I know see the dole as just an emergency backup that will be there if they need it. And then they go off and work. They'd be the exact same with a UBI. Jesus Christ. That's me shifting. That's all it is. That sounds so weird. Sounds so goddamn weird when that happens. What? No more you. Oh shit, Fortnite got hacked. Damn. Child safety concerns at City West Transit Hub. Oh damn. Alright. Well, let me check the more important news. Twitter. Because I'm a whore. Well, that's creepy. 2030 is only 7 years away. And 2014 is less than 2040 is less than 2 decades away. And that means, well, think about it. World War One would have been 100 years ago. Just like World War Two, 100. World War One. Oh, sweet. I'm looking forward to this video. Maybe the modern year. I like his top 10 and top 10 best and worst songs, but they get copyright claims so often. And this is why I have Twitter blocked, muted right now. Nah. A lot of thirst traps and a lot of people posing next to pictures. No sight on Elon yet. Remember, we have Elon Watch today. Oh, I take that back. Our first Elon Watch of the day. Would you look at this cope? Very interesting when you compare the number of votes versus the number of likes in the tweet. Did Bot Brigade the Elon party yesterday? The poll yesterday? You know why everyone liked it, right? Because they want to stay up with the conversation so they can engage with the trolls who are endless. Because we must troll Elon. I don't know a single person who voted no. Truth. Oh, Elon, go and vanish. Give all your money to a charity and then walk into the ocean. You probably could do with the swim. At least that'll be free. Nah. It's all basically the same. As it was when I went to sleep. Wow. Yawn. Listen to the rest of the Mass Effect thing tonight. Alright. Go and put on my robe. Then I'll turn the light on. Back face sitting on the chair. Oh, this chair is gonna be my bane of existence over the next week. I'll be bound to it like Professor X or Mobility Mary. They're really just the same person. With the power of being awake. Alright. It is quite frigid, I tell you. What's the temperature at? Thank you, Quib, for the $1 donation. Now we have a pretty... Well, we should have... Oh, right, yeah. I thought we had 66. I guess I didn't realize. So, yeah, let's have a look at our... We got a lot of views for a stream where I was mostly asleep. And the chat was fairly busy. I doubt it's going to be the same tonight, but you never know. While I'm here, I'm going to quickly make the text for part 2. I'll use Orbit next. On a white background, or transparent background rather. No, I won't make it transparent. Put blue. That'd be kind of hard to see. That's a standout. Perfect. The week part. Saving. And then at night, the Avenger logo, not the Avengers logo, because that'd be copyrighted. The week. Night. Night Z. Ooh. The unexplained mysteries. The week. Night. How do I make it pure black? Oh yeah, you can use an image in the background. I forgot about that. There, it stands out more. Saving. Alright. We now have our logos. As always, this is Gifto. I also have text and you'll find that in some of my older stuff. I can still find a use for it, so I've got links. Oh yeah, the weather. It is currently in Leitrim. (41 Fahrenheit). Or 42 Fahrenheit.
You. Our Slagok. Kaluni. Karakon Shannon. Right, Sligo is the same temperature as us. It actually gets more. Anyway. So it's 41. Expect scattered rain showers. The low will be 41 during the blustery night. It's going to be windy tonight, which means we might have power outage. Be on the watch. So I guess we'll, speaking of watch, I guess we'll watch this tonight when it's time for Betty Buys for round 2. I'm gonna go. And I hope you found some chill during the night, on and off this. I'm gonna go and grab a. I'm gonna put my feet underneath the radiator real quick here. That water bottle still has a little bit of heat left. It was overbearing when I put it in, but that's okay by me because you need a little bit of overbearing. Yeah, I'm gonna go and have a wash. Get some clothes ready. Put them in there anyway. Go and have a wash. Have breakfast. Brush teeth. And go over to Twitch. When I remember, let's set up the Twitch stream right now. What did I call the last one? The Game Week. Part 1. Yeah. Oh, Shabuski is high on life. He's still playing. We got a raid Shabisky. He doesn't count as our raid guy, but... Oh, he's playing high on life. Hey. Look at him getting a cheer like a big balls. Oh, that's nice. Wait. Gotta remind it in his skull unit. We've been doing this for nearly 3 weeks now. This time it's more of a matter of... But this is actually the first time I've seen some proper gameplay footage of this game, and it's... It reminds me a little bit of Outer Worlds.
Wow.
There we go. Never let him forget. He made a vague promise. That's all that matters. It's the most important thing in the world. Alright. Before we forget, though, myself, go to beer. Beer. Go to chat. Chat. Let's go to background color. No, font setting. Font back to black. Because, it's easier to see, except when we sleep. Alright. Is that fireplace thing still going? We'll watch the fireplace as we wrap up. Oh, it is weird. Alright, well. Anyone watching, I hope he's had an enjoyable time. We learned about a little bit of 40k lore, and a lot about Mass Effect lore. We will learn more about Mass Effect lore when I go to sleep tonight. Which, I have to think of when that is. It's almost 7 now. So. If I'm starting the game around about 7. I guess I'll end the stream around about gaming stream and go over to Twitch. Yeah, we'll probably do that. Okay. After that, it'll be the daytime stream and then the nighttime stream. I'm going over at 3, then I'll probably go over at... Stop watching videos around about maybe 7 or 8. And go to bed around about 10. It'll be a bit different on Wednesday. But... Okay. I'm gonna leg it now. It's been fun. But I've got shit to do, and I'll be only gone for about 20 or so minutes. Maybe half an hour at the most. We'll see. I always try to keep it under half an hour. So, take care, and thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys so much for being cool so far. It's only been a day. Let's see what fun we can have over today, shall we? And I will see you all again.